topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels are microscopic. It's a Killah Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killah Priest podcast. Killah Priest podcast.
Yeah. Check 1 2. Hey, what's good? What's good? Mic check 1 2.
Yeah, 1 2 1 2. I had myself on mute.
Yeah, I had to.
Water. Yeah, I just drunk some LT. What up, y'all? Welcome to the Killah Priest Podcraft. I'm not at the craft right about now. You know what I'm saying? At this present time, it's still raining. In LA, like cats and dogs, everything's off. It's crazy. But welcome to if it's your first time, welcome to the Killah Priest Podcraft. I'm your host, known as Abraxas, Master, KP. You know what I'm saying? That's right. Running the rock is none other than ADA Dizzle.
Yeah, what's good?
Damn, my hair growing long enough so I can show it now.
Mm-hmm.
Which so y'all see the videos. So we just doing it up, man. We up in the building. We're putting in work. Time has now presented itself. The time has become.
Mm-hmm.
Time has come. That's from a documentary I seen. So now it's time. I was looking at a documentary like the time is now. Time is now.
Mm-hmm.
How's your weekend going so far, AD?
Not bad. It's been a very busy week and everything, but I'm ready for it. Working 5 days a week and then working on all kinds of projects and stuff like that. Video projects and things, and I got a video presentation I'm presenting on Sunday for the Fam Bam, you know what I'm saying? Yo, but
okay.
This is a good format though. Like if we just set up a green screen for you right where you're at.
Let's do it.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
with it, man.
If you even set up a desk, if you have a desk over there and we put the camera up a little higher, we could do
top of my head chopping off, right?
Yeah. I mean, I would have to either come by there and help you set the camera up better, or if y'all just go, next time put the camera up higher and stuff like that. I'll set it up a little bit more.
I'm in a disclosed room of the aircraft in Nassau somewhere.
Yeah. Proverbs Studios. You got a little fuzzy.
Proverbs Studios. Did we just blood up?
There we go.
I told you when I said Nassau, it kind of blurred up on his own.
Yeah.
Well, shout out to my man Dave Voss. If y'all remember Dave Voss, shout out to that brother. We got some new and improved things that we're going to be doing. I don't want to share all the ideas, but it's going to be great. Dave Voss just came through. I just talked to him today. Shout out to everybody else who've been with the podcast from the beginning and making moves and bringing to the table and just doing the positive thing. You're on the right track. You know what I'm saying? That's what we strive for, to become better versions of ourselves that we're here now. We got time to elevate each one. You know what I'm saying? Not get on that negative pull down tip. We're about growth over here, so that's what we're doing. All right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I see AZ Universe in the building. Who else? My man Greg Allen. Greg hit me with some crazy work. Also want to shout out another producer that's on the Podcraft now that hit me up. He goes by the name of Deaf Language. So you'll be hearing something from him. Crazy stuff, man. Crazy. So I want to shout him out because he be checking out the Podcraft. Also, he hit me up with some crazy beats along with the G-Man, you know what I'm saying, who doing it up, along with purpose. And I got some stuff from Fourth Disciple, and Fourth Disciple is tuning in.
Nice.
Yeah, I spoke with my big brother today, so, it was a good thing. Shout out to the Jizza, spoke to them. And, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful time. It's a beautiful time for hip hop, making music, everything that's going on. Even the negative stuff, the stuff that they put in people's drinks, they put in stuff. Everybody's acting weird now. It's just weird, man.
What?
This the age of the yeah. You don't see how they got my man over there. Not to start no conspiracy, because we don't get into that. But people been acting strange lately. You know what I'm saying? Like behavior's been off. Have you noticed anything strange about Ray J?
I mean, not me particularly, but
a lot of people have been talking, his movements. I'm concerned because if you look at Whitney, you know what I'm saying? Whitney and then her daughter in the bathtub, where he was a Philly and a boyfriend, they all wiped out. And then you got your man Ray J. I don't know if we're supposed to be just saying this, but it just behaviors are changing. And I'm just saying we got to watch as well as anything. And it's just that people are acting different now, and they're speaking, but it's just not themselves. It's like, what's going on, So we got to start looking at taking note of that.
Yeah, we got 5 planets retrograde right now. Not just Mercury. There's like 5 planets retrograde. So it's crazy. And today's a powerful day too. We got a new moon in Scorpio.
Shout out to the Scorpios. Yeah,
it's intense. Exactly. I worked at the club last night, and everyone felt the energy was just weird and heavy, and some people were spending and stuff like that. But all the girls there noticed too. Like, today seems a little off.
Right.
And I came in with that. I show them my app. I have an app over here on my phone. It's like a moon app. And like this, and it shows the new moon in Scorpio, and I be pulling it out, and I'm like, yo, ladies, it's a new moon in Scorpio. And half of them know what I'm talking about, the other half just think I'm crazy. But the half that know I'm talking about were like, yep, I could feel that. It's heavy. You know what I mean? And you just notice it intuitively, just with the overall mood of the people. Because there's some days where it just feels like, man, it's just locked in right now. Like, the vibe is just crazy. And it has nothing to do with the music, because I be playing the same music. Right. So it's not me as a DJ, necessarily.
Right.
It's just something we all notice. Anyway, so yes, it's a day of transformation. Just to summarize it all up, like, you're supposed to put your intentions out today.
Yeah, we can't control the seasons in the way that the planets work. We only can control ourselves. And it's like, the more we meditate, I guess that's what meditation is good for. Getting better in tune with yourself. And then you can control your actions and things that you do. So retrograde, I had no calling on that. And maybe you haven't either. So, but it's like, it's here. So there's times that come, like, you can't control the seasons that's coming. They're coming around regardless. And the way that people act, that's on them. So people choose to act the way it rotates. So we just got to be better prepared for those things, those situations.
Exactly.
And you only can prepare yourself. Look, man, we're in a time of mother against father. Sisters against brothers. And it's just time like that. We talked about it a lot on here. Your own family members will turn on you in these times. And you got to keep it real. I'm not saying that they trying to, but it happens like that. People in your own circle, it's like that type of motive to get me out, and boom, 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 seeking to save their life.
Mm-hmm. True that. I'm gonna bring this on screen so y'all can see. I know some people aren't into this, but some people know what's up. Currently you got Mercury, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune are retrograde. This is the last retrograde of 2025. It's going to end on November 29th. So by the end of the month, y'all should be feeling better. But Mercury, it's messing up the communication, technology, and travel. And you already seen some like travel difficulties already.
Yeah, I'm traveling again. So I'm gonna be traveling. Yeah, it's like everything's backed up. And I think a part of it is what they saying the government is shut down.
Yeah, that's supposed to be over now, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, you know how that goes.
yeah,
But this is I guess this is the time to get into you as we get into us and me, you know what I'm saying, get parts of, but get into what you do
hmm
and work on your strong points and definitely on your weak points. Because you gotta be at the time if you're weak, you gotta say I'm strong.
yeah. The Jupiter retrograde, it began on November 11th. It's going until March, and that encourages introspection and reflection. Kind of more broad, you know. Saturn
True.
goes until November 28th. That's like the planet of like restriction and discipline, I should say. Uranus until February 4th, and then Neptune until December. So that's Neptune is the planet of creativity and imagination. So if some of y'all been feeling like writer's block, like your creativity's not been as sharp, that's gonna end on December 10th. So around December 10th, which is coming up, your creativity might be popping back. You know, so if you're a writer, if you're a musician, if you aren't able to write the bars like you used to, or you're not really feeling like painting, that should be coming back on December 10th.
I can see that.
Yeah.
It's the most beautiful time of the year.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you know, that whole Thanksgiving thing's coming up next week too.
Yeah. A lot of people gonna be doing the family thing.
Yeah, I'm doing the family thing in advance on Sunday.
Yeah, man. Sometimes you gotta switch it up, do things different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be in the South. So I'll be flying. I'll be out in the South, out and about. Want to see fan? Or
you a fan of the turkey too?
Turkey wing.
Like turkey wings?
The whole thing. You don't need the whole thing. It's just turkey wing.
Yeah, I like the drumsticks.
Oh, the turkey legs. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think those are like amusement parks.
Oh yeah, yeah. They got them at Disneyland, but you got to be careful. Sometimes they're a little dried out because sometimes they've been sitting there for a little bit. But at Disneyland, they got the turkey legs. But then they, you know, for an amusement park, sometimes they dried out, sometimes they alright. But
right.
Yeah. But that's what's up. I like the. I don't go too crazy on the mashed potatoes. A little bit of pumpkin pie. Candied yams.
I don't like pumpkin pie, man.
Yeah, it can't.
What is a pumpkin? Is it a vegetable or like a squash? Or?
Yeah, it's like a squash.
Yeah. Rax's hero. That's what it is. Yo, me and Dave, we just wrapping it up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're shooting a video the other day, wrapping it up. I'm gonna run some ideas beside you that we're gonna put into motion.
Oh, okay.
And we're gonna have some deep. It's gonna be crazy. I don't want to spill it because
yeah,
ideas be like that. You put them out in the universe and then people grab them, run it. Let's do this.
Yeah, there's some things that they say not to expose because then it can be tarnished. You know what I mean? I've been watching a lot of metaphysical stuff lately, and sometimes they say you never want to reveal your plans to people because it's like the double slit experiment. Like once it feels exposed, then it acts different. You know how the electrons, once they know they're being watched, they act different. You seen that, right? That's the double slit experiment when they shoot
the electrons.
Yeah,
so the electrons are when they shift and they start vibrating the opposite way.
Well, they put them into two different slits. It's called the double slit experiment, and they shoot out and they create a pattern. But once you put a camera close to it, they notice that camera, and they act different. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And technically we all do that. You ever seen like kids or like even maybe your girl or something, like when there's people around, they act different. Mojito does that. Mojito, my cat acts a certain way when it's just me, but when there's people around, he acts different. You know, and that's not just a personality thing. Like the whole body notices. Or like if you go on stage, you might feel way more. You personally might feel more comfortable on stage when you grab that mic and you see people watching you. A whole other you comes out. You know what I mean? And you're used to it because you're like a superstar. But
but let me tell you,
go ahead.
It's kind of wild because it depends on who you go after. Sometimes a person presence on the stage, then when they said that I killed the crowd, like we was on tour one time, and I'm not going to say no names, but it was a brother that was always kept telling us, "Yo, they ready for y'all. I just killed them." You know what I'm saying? And the way he was saying it, you would have thought that the crowd was actually like, "Yo, he went crazy." But it was in his mind that he was killing the crowd like that because we had to go around and watch it. So a man thinking, you know what I'm saying? So, but in his mind, he thought he was like really killing. After every show, he'd be like, "Yo, they ready for y'all. Just murdered them." And the way he was saying it, it was like, "Damn, yo, word like that." But he wasn't. He wasn't. So but his presence was on the stage. You know what I'm saying? Like if you go after KRS-One, if you go after say before DMX, you're gonna probably have little problems because sometimes the energy be going from the crowd. You know what I'm saying? You want to go before some brothers. You know, you never want to go after some cats, but you leave that energy there. So what I'm just saying is to add up to you that the energy is real. You can feel it. You know.
Yeah. But it's just crazy how the mind knows it's being watched. You know, like a lot of us think it's just in our mind, but it's in our whole existence feels it. The body feels it. The body knows when you're on camera, not just the mind. The whole thing about the electrons is that your whole body. It's that we talked about this before. Like when you have the feeling that you're being watched. Like if you get the feeling you're being watched, it's like because your body is sensing it, not just your brain or your subconscious. You know.
Yeah.
That's the crazy part, but
they say the body is the biggest organ on your. I mean, it's the biggest organ, man.
Yeah, the skin.
The skin.
Yeah,
it's the biggest organ. So I'd be watching and be aware. It's like this movie I saw called Ratter. Check that out.
Ratter.
She wasn't. Yeah, Ratter. She was being watched through the whole, since the beginning. She didn't know it. She couldn't. She felt something though. Felt something, couldn't pinpoint it. Yeah, it's called Ratter. Check it out. And it's her sixth sense kicked in. And at some point you're gonna even need your seventh sense to kick in.
Wow. Yeah, I heard there's more than 6 senses. There's like 15.
Yeah, it's different worlds, man. I've been locked in. Lately I've been auto booking, you know what I'm saying? I've been locked into the realm of Genesis, man. I don't know why. There's just so many doors in there, you know, so many questions, so many things. I was just like, yo, as far as the trees, you know, like why they didn't just go for the tree of life in the beginning, you know? They went for the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And I'm just saying you could take it for allegory, you could take it for however you want to take it.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, because you can go for your goals, you can go for things that's in your life, but for the things that you necessarily need, you don't go for that. But you want the knowledge and you want the wisdom and the knowledge and the wisdom for other things, you know what I'm saying? And they both of their eyes were open. Like, ooh, what eye was that? Because you can already see, but then you get into metaphysical now, because when you start to say, when your eyes are open and you start to say both of their eyes were open, wonder what eyes are those.
Yeah. So your two eyes and your third eye.
Oh, my brother.
That's true because
So even writers knew back then
yeah,
that there's an esoteric connection.
in that
There's a-
phrase, both of your eyes are open.
Yeah. You fall asleep, the ladder grows up in your mind. You know what I'm saying? You going in, they coming in and out because that's you going in your higher self, you coming down through two ways. And I was like, damn, this is the genes. Understand? And our genes, you can look at it on micro, macro level. And that's the beauty of living in this time and be able to create. Just like you, I can listen to your music, right? While you play.
Mm.
But you're creating, you already know. Do you know what's coming next when you playing piano?
No, like mentally, if I think about it, I'll mess up because it's a lot of muscle memory. Do you know what I mean? The left brain has to take a back seat. The right brain takes over, and like I'm just kind of following what the muscle memory knows. It's incredible, and guitar players do it. Obviously, every musician does it, but it's not really like a conscious thing to play music. It's like when you write. When you're writing, also, you're like your muscle memory knows how to put the letters out. Do you know what I mean? And that's like that's your subconscious talking. So if you draw, if you're writing, if you're playing the piano, that's your subconscious expressing itself, not your conscious mind. Do you know what I mean? If you're doing mathematics, now that's your left brain working, your logic working. But once you go into the right brain and into the subconscious, now you're like, playing music and stuff. But there is some left brain activity happening. Like you're thinking like, okay, here comes the bridge. Here comes the chorus. Let me make sure I hit that B flat. It's not completely a back seat. It's still there. But there's a large majority of your muscle memory and your subconscious driving most of the car.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But we're supposed to be able to use both the left and right brain in harmony and unison. That's the whole thing about balance, And that's the thing, not to get political, but like politically, we have a left and right brain also. We have the two-party system. Do you know what I mean? And like it's created to be, it's meant to be in chaos at all times. You know what I mean? Because they're doing order out of chaos. But if the two parties ever came together, that's like the left and right brain of America coming together. They don't want to see that happen. You know what I mean? The rulers would be like, "Oh no, you're not. Y'all ain't supposed to be getting along." Do you know what I mean? But it's the same with our brain, our left and right brain. They come together, they work together, and then you have this whole mind working in unison. If that happens politically, then the system falls because left and right came together. Two parties come together. But I just wanted to go political just for a second because I know it's a dangerous realm.
Not really. That's the way, that what you don't see governs the rule, that what you do see. So it's happening in the cosmic level. And that's crazy because we just finished talking about the above, the inner, and the lower. As above, so below.
There it is.
As within, so without.
There it is.
Inner space is just deep as the outer space.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? We have any space. Somebody say, yo, give me my space so I can express myself, so I can create.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody said all goodness shall prosper. Exactly. But yeah, I got a lot of questions, man. I got a lot of questions. Like, thing that I'm gonna talk, we're gonna talk about later on. But it's very some deep stuff, Like I was talking to somebody earlier and they did a whole presentation on just Genesis alone. You could be there. You could be there for years, just in there. Just near the tree. Stay around there because it takes patience to watch a tree grow. You know what I mean? Just when you're dealing with trees in the first place, that's growing up and down, 360 degrees. No one pays attention to the roots. That's as long as the top.
Mm-hmm.
And then you need the rain to water it. You need the sun to shine, but they fight to get to closer to the sun. That's why I'm drinking. Man, where'd my tea go? I supposed to I grabbed it right there. Can't find it.
So it's not a brisk iced tea, huh?
I don't know. No, I can't even find it right now. Retrograde. I just got an empty cup. But I want to let y'all know I got an empty cup right here. This is a trucker style. But I was going to show you how the color of the tea. I must have left it in there, but it's real strong though. Word.
What's the name of the tea?
It's coming from the Yunnan Providence. I want to show you. It's a tea cake. Hold up.
Tea cake.
Yeah, you ready? Hold on.
Yeah. Shout out to the chat. Y'all stay updated on KillahPriest.tv. Y'all should be following Priest on Instagram. If you're not, go ahead and break out your phone. Follow Priest on Instagram because he goes live a lot.
I haven't been live in a minute. Hold up.
Yeah.
This right here. Okay. There's a couple of things I've been working on. I'll share some with y'all. I'm going to do it step by step. First thing. Here we go. I'll bring this back. Hold up. I'm here?
Yes, sir.
You see me?
Mm-hmm.
All right, first thing first. Here's the tea pour, right? Let me show y'all this one more time.
So you put the tea stuff first in there dry.
Y'all see me? Yeah. Y'all see the wet tea right there? That's tea.
Oh, okay, I see.
Man, and this is parts of the universe what I'm consuming. This is the tree of life. And knowledge of good and evil. And these are the leaves from the roots. They look the same. And I'm kind of like tea drunk right now, so it's in a good way. So look, boom. This right here, anytime you see cha, it means tea. This is called, this right here, I'm going to take this out for the audience. Let me take this right here. This is called a fudding. You see it?
What is that? Oh, shit. What is that?
This is called, hold back, a fudding tea cake.
A fudding?
Right? This came from Yunnan, the Yunnan Providence. This right here gets you right. And this is what I've been trying. It also send you to the bathroom in a good way, but I'm just saying.
Detox.
And it get your mind right. And I'm gonna show you how you take it a bottle after lifting it up.
Oh, wow.
So you take it like this, right? And pull it out right here. This is a tea cake. This is tea. And it smells good. You see this?
Yeah.
Now
they usually put them on display.
Yeah, once you get a Lipton, as you get one little leaf and they crush it. But with this, you can't have this without having this. This is a tea pick. See? Then you just go, I'll show you. And you just wiggle around. Be real about it. Real about it right here. Like this.
Yeah.
You just pull. See? And that's the tea. You drop it in here. Yeah, there you go. Yes, exactly. See, that's fancy. You can sit it up in your crib. See, I would do that, but that's on my private collection. You know,
Hmm.
come to Killah Priest private collection.
I never
Abraxas,
seen it like
Elder
that.
Jit, Todd Chittick, but I call myself El Dodge.
Hmm.
So one of the oldest.
Is it bonded with some type of like? Is it just really compressed?
Yeah, well, it's different ways they do it. They
Mm.
dry. They dry it out. The Japanese do it different than the Chinese. They deal with a lot of matcha. So you consume the entire, this you don't consume the actual leaf. With matcha, they dry it out. And there's another one called Gurukoro, but we'll talk about that. It's very green. My favorite green tea.
Hmm.
White I like because it's white tea meaning young. Don't run around what happened to black tea? Bro, it's young. It's young as a tea. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm. Yo, you becoming like a tea expert.
I'm a teacher.
Mm.
You know that? And here's my latest creation that I've been working on, but I'll share it with y'all. So, working on my own tea tray.
Oh, what?
I put this together, yeah.
Nice.
So it's gonna have another part in there. This is redwood.
Okay.
Some people like, damn, you messed up that redwood. Now you're thinking like, damn, just for your tea, you destroyed the whole redwood. No, it was already. I went to Home Depot.
Yeah.
And I got redwood. Now, you know, redwood, pull up a redwood tree. Because when I told the guy I wanted redwood, he was like, oh man. He was about to give me some old fly, real expensive. But this one is nice. When I told him I wanted redwood wood, he was like, oh my, yeah, you on point. I see what you're doing. That's crazy. So redwoods, you can pull it up. It's probably one of the largest trees.
Yep. 1 second.
No, I don't sell wood. I want to get somebody say you sell wood. Nah.
Oh, I mean, we could though if you wanted to. If you had one for sale.
We can get some wood. Hey, put it like this. I'll make this when I finish this project. And maybe, I want it my own, but man. Look, these are all cut into pieces. I'll glue them together, but I got more work to do. This is just my beginning.
Are you gonna
see, I think Priest just be chilling. This is exactly what you're looking at.
Are you gonna put a coat of lacquer on it?
Help the man. The earth help, huh?
Are you gonna put a coat of lacquer on it?
Hell no. Explaining to you about that, you're right. But he said, besides doing all of that, right, you could just put a sheet on it, a little glass on it, and yeah, you're right about that because I asked about the coat, but I said, yo, what should I coat it with? And he said, you know what? I'm not going to give you the walnut. It was called walnut wood. It was some type. He was like a wood master. He was like, "Oh, you want the walnut wood?" I was like, "Yeah," but I really wanted redwood. So with that, you could just put like a little sheet over it, and it could be plastic. It could be like something over it. But this is good with absorbing. This is why I use this because this absorbs. But I'm not finished yet. It's This is just the first layer. It's going to have another layer. It's going to sit on top.
Okay.
I'll show you what I'm doing beginning, but it's going to sit on top.
Yeah, Ken Dog says you got to let it breathe. I'm concerned about you spilling tea on it and it can warp. You know what I mean? So I would figure you would need some kind of lacquer just to protect it from moisture.
Hey, AD, check this out.
I'm not a wood expert. Go ahead.
When I came to the studio, you already know what I was dealing with.
I know. That thing was nice. That was dope. And that's just a regular, like, stump.
Yeah.
But something as simple as that is a good, like, serving tray. Yeah, I like basic.
Yeah, basic instructions.
Yeah.
So you would sit this. have your little tea and build. You know what I'm saying? What's the day's degree? You can talk about the cosmos. You can talk about the you can talk about the the Nag Hammadi. You can go into, you know, the Kemet science. You can go to Hebrew. You can do whatever you deal with. You can deal with it, and you can tell with the Moors. Because if you see how they were sitting, you know, when they reasoned with each other, how they were sitting with the desks and all the masters. There's an icon of them sitting around the table and they're playing chess, and it's Arabic, and it's in it's I don't know, it's like this Arabic one. It's crazy, word. But they were serving coffee.
Yeah.
Some served tea. With the buses.
Yo, I like basic stuff like that though. You know what I mean? There's something rustic about it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I know.
And you know, my parents
make me smile because I know you are very like, y'all don't even know. AD may be as bougie as me, way bougie than me. I'm not even bougie, but you just know how to put little stuff like that together.
Yeah, I do like basic things. So my parents got mad at me when they came by because they bought me a whole nice like dish set with nice porcelain plates. They got me nice porcelain cups. I got porcelain. I don't use none of that, yo. I put that away. And they got mad because I got a wooden bowl. I got a wooden plate. You see my kitchen. I got a small wood. I eat this basic. I eat like a pirate. You know what I mean? I'm over here living like a pirate, eating on wood. And I like it because it's simple and it's basic. I don't need the fancy porcelain, and I got fine china. I don't need all that. You know what I'm saying? I'm a bachelor. And they're like, why you eating out of wooden plate and wooden bowl? We gave you nice porcelain dishes. I'm like, yeah, I'm just basic like that. You know what I mean? I wish I could have a spool for a coffee table. You know those big spools that they, you know.
No, whatever, you should do it. What would AD think of if he did that? Yo, you know what? Next time I come, you should get the spool. Put that as your coffee table. You know, I was walking around. I said, yo, how could I simplify something and make it even dope? Because I got a beautiful tea tray for my birthday.
Yeah.
But I was like, you know what? But I have other ideas too. I want a mist to come out. You know what I mean? There's all type of ideas. So just simple, something real nice. I'm gonna leave one at the Podcraft. You got one over there?
No. You think that's the one you brought? I can make those for sale though.
Yeah. Imagine with a KP in the middle.
Ooh. See, little basic things like that, Priest, and it's just good to have some unique. That's some unique products right there. If you did something like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, or Braxis. Yeah.
I don't know. It's just the way our minds work. It's like setting up a man cave. You know what I mean? Like rustic, like a cabin.
Cabin in the sky. Yep, on our tea break. Exactly. Yeah, man. So you can do little things like that around your place of rest, and you know, just coordinate, put stuff together like that.
Yes.
And then you can have your bills escalate. You think you know when we come over to your crib right before the show, they don't know, right? We be sitting up there zoning, but you know why? It'd be a little bit of minutes right before we start. And in that minute, I think the fruit is so strong that we can't even, well, by the time the show come on, we be
No, but you're wise with that tea. That tea does have you speaking in a certain way.
Notice how I'm speaking now?
Yeah, you kind of sound like Morpheus.
Yes, I am.
So you put that stuff, you pick it off with a pick, and you put it into that glass thing, and you just pour it with hot water?
Okay. Now, you just don't do that. All right. So every water needs a certain temperature because we're not cooking tea. You're extracting goodness of the universe from it. So you're pulling from the tea. So unless it's a herbal tea, I'll give you your ginger, the sticks, cinnamon, and stuff like that. You want a ball because it takes a lot to pull those away.
Hmm.
This tea is a white tea, is very gentle, so the temperature has to be, I think between 130. I don't want to say the wrong thing, but you know when you put on it's called crab eyes or strip eyes. Look it up. So strip eyes is when you boiling, is right when the tea has those bubbles on the bottom.
Hmm.
And you gotta, if you take it that way, like, okay, what I'm doing is sort of like indigenous. So you're pulling from the herb, and the herb is sharing with you the story, right? Because and it's a certain way of China, the way they do it. That's why they put everything in proportion, just the way, same way you leave tobacco near a tree. So everything is ceremonial and it's done with care if you care about what you're doing.
Hmm.
You don't just write rhymes. Sometimes you could get dressed if you really want to do it. You could adorn yourself when you write it or record.
Hmm.
You ever thought about playing instrument and going out and buying a new pair of sneakers and then just play it? It's almost like putting new shoes, brand new shoes on a homeless person. It does something like they sell. It's like watch the reaction, the difference of how they beg for, like they have money when if you put someone and put a smile on their face, but it also does something for their psyche because they react different. They don't act the same. They start smiling a little bit more, just like the cat who never really had anything, and then you buy him a new pair of clothes. It kind of like straightens out his attitude.
Hmm.
Oh, not attitude, but it kind of heightens your awareness around you. First day of school, I should do a song called First Day of School because first day of school, energies are high. And all the children in the village, wherever they at, the energies are through the roof.
Hmm.
I'm going to kill them on Monday. Sunday night, the vibration, you can kind of feel it in the air if you're a child and experiencing that. And you got the new clothes laid out already.
Yeah.
You are adorning yourself and you already, but that power, we putting it on just dressing it up.
Yeah.
Just same way they prepare Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Grandma would come over there. She already know she almost look at the cabinet and you look at the what's name. She already know what she's dealing with. She don't even use a measuring stick or a measuring cup.
Yeah. You already know how
Especially when
much.
she make the upside down cake. Now, mama,
I love upside down cake. Pineapple.
yeah, because they don't have that. We missing that now. But they don't
Hmm.
have vibrations because that's why Golden Corral and Cracker Corral and Popeyes are making turkey now
Oh, what?
because they know we lost something. We don't have that energy power of knowing what the cat tongue and knowing what time is. They're like, dang, no, man, I want some time. You need time and seasoning. They're like, what seasoning? It's hold on. Are you gonna put season on there? It's winter. When
Hmm.
you talking about putting, I know, sprinkling that, staring at, you shouldn't be in the kitchen staring at an onion for very long, period. And you shouldn't be staring at a ginger root. Like, what is that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You got to know your roots and your culture and all of that stuff. We lost. I'm sorry, I'm going into the mat. That's the magic of cooking
Yeah.
because what we eat and how you prepare things are magic. So when you chopping up the onions and doing all that stuff, you gotta get into that. Those are rituals, but prepared good. But see, they'll tell you, no, that's the witch will come about, put that. She's stewing.
Hmm.
These little keys for you. She's stirring the broth.
Yeah. No, that's how my family does it when they make like menudo or pozole, the big pot.
Woo!
Yeah.
Shout out to my man Heck. I had some menudo.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Mhm.
fire. I like it. I'm a big tamale guy. And Christmas time we do the tamales.
Still the shell. Still gotta get all of that.
Yeah, the tamales are good. It's just
It's
maize
inside a husk, right? So the husk.
into corn. Yeah, it's just corn.
Yeah. Fire.
That's really good though.
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't Solomon do cooking?
Yeah, Solomon's a great cook.
That's cool.
Z2.
Oh yeah.
Z's cooking he cooking for 3 now.
Oh wow.
Shout out to Z. Yeah.
That's
my
right,
boys.
man.
Yeah.
Hey, how does it
Gotta know
feel?
what to do with the stove, man. Mostly guys, you
Yeah.
know, chef is getting into it, you know, shout out to Raekwon. But it's like preparing the tea is the same way. So I take it like, okay, it's a good art to get into because it gets you to think. Because now you're not just boiling tea, you're not just boiling tea, you're extracting oils. So you're not just turning on the fire like we did when we was little, and then Lipton, your mom's get you the big jar, a whole bunch of Lipton tea, then you did the caramel to go to sleep, which is good. But then you start to understand the science of it. And this goes out to all the tea, Dr. T's and cats who showed me, the science and the tea ceremonies I've been through. You know what I'm saying? The tea man says, know your roots, because the first time you try tea, it's good. The second time is treasure. The third time is medicine. So those are the little mantras.
Man. Okay, so when you put the hot water in there, you gotta wait a little bit.
Ancient Chinese secret.
Okay.
Some do, some you don't have to. This tea I would recommend to wash off. So when you put it in, I'm just saying you could absorb all that. But sometimes it's coming right from the wilderness, so you want to wash off some of the dirt or whatever, or whatever it is. Which is a real quick bath, and you do it. You just circle it around your tray, and then the second one you're ready to something. So,
but the tea
it depends on
the Yunnan cake, the Yunnan cake. You don't gotta wash that, huh? That one's already ready.
No, you don't have to wash any tea. It's prepared. But I say, if you're doing a ceremony, if you want to enjoy, I think you open up the flavor when you pour hot water over it first, and then you can pour hot water into your cup and cook your cup. So there's different types of techniques with it.
Oh wow!
Becoming the dragon is real deep, and the dragon well, and so when it's an experience when you trade yourself you're trading yourself to infuse with the dragon, or you can sit down and have the dragon serve you. So you're just going into these are the thoughts. These are the thoughts that's going to rise me above. When you say dragon, you're talking about the serpent, the kundalini. You can take it out any way you want. But I just know that your third eye, both of their eyes were open.
Oh wow!
So now we can be able to see, which takes us back to Eden. See how that works?
Yeah. I looked it up
I'm going in right now.
On Chat GPT. I guess that big cake thing you have is called Bing Cha.
Okay, there you go, AD.
I'm just
evolution starts right now.
Yeah.
You just yeah, exactly.
I'm just reading.
Cha, huh?
Yeah.
So what I told you about cha, anytime you see cha, it means what?
Yeah.
Tea. Right.
Bing Cha.
So it's a Bing. You got to find out what Bing means. Pa, tea. or cake.
Yeah. It's famous in I don't want to mispronounce that.
So he said heavy mental. Heavy mental, those are bars. Heavy mental.
Puer City.
Uh-huh.
It's famous in
That's right.
Zishwangbana.
T-cha. So one more A, my brother. So TEA-CHA. Somebody asked me a question while I wasn't moaning. I don't know, man. That was we did that after Heavy Mental. That's supposed to have been on there. Shout out to Killer Sin. We had a couple of songs. I guess we was just making songs. And like a lot of songs I was making for Heavy Mental I had to narrow it down. Some songs we did after, and then it's completed, but at the same time, you do a whole bunch of songs. I'm gonna just answer this one little question. When you're making an album, you do a bunch of songs, and then you kind of like edit it down. And those are the process that I don't like to be in, because you can't be biased. And it's like you have everything sounding one way, so you have to kind of like. Sometimes it's good to have help. You need like an AD or someone around you. For producers, I like to talk to the producers because they know sounds and certain things. It's like, damn, I want to put that on. If I would put without really, it'd just be overkill.
I mean, you put the order together for the double album. When I first met you, you put together that double album.
It was hell making it. Shout out to Callisto.
Yeah, I don't know who assisted you with that, because I didn't help you with that order. You did for Psychic World of Walter Reed. I helped you with the sound effects.
Yeah, you helped me with the sound effects, but it was two sides to the story because it's two albums. And it took me a long time to complete it because I'm working in a studio. And RIP to Fife Dog, he was there. You know what I mean? Those are little Easter eggs. Fife Dog was using the same studio I was, and it was at my man Bobby Uzuna and my man Callisto. So we was out there, then Ghost came out there, and we was out in San Francisco. And Fife was out there. He was, no, not San Francisco, Oakland. So Fife was living out there. So I got to talk to him, man, and we was like, I would see him like every day in the studio. If I'm working on something, then he working, and he was just kicking with me. So him and Ghost kind of like hooked up for that. I don't know if Ghost ever met him. I think that was his first time meeting him too, like that studio session. So RIP to my man Lanky, he was there. My man Russ, he was there. I remember the studio session, my man Kentia, when I first did Billionaire. That was the first song that I've done for the double album. And I was sitting on that beat for a minute. It was that beat. And I was like, yo, when I could get in the studio, I was like, yo, man, I got something like that. And it was a big studio. It was nice. And it was like, when I could get in, I had to get in quick. And so when I had all my music, I ran all the way back. I had to put together, and then I came, they got you.
Yeah.
And it was like, yo, it's this new sound. I remember that day. And I was like, yo. And then we want to get it on. And then all of that, those little nuances and things started to sprinkle up there.
It was easy to add samples together. You were like right behind me with the studio, so you were able to see everything visually, because I had all these monitors everywhere. I've always been a big monitor guy, like big screens for computer screens. You know what I mean? I'm using like flat screen TVs for monitors. It looks ridiculous. But exactly. You had a good visual.
Like 6 or 7. I never saw nobody like that. I was like, yo, AD is crazy. You got like 8-screen TV. Then you had the one that goes into the other one, and it was all connected. I was like, yo, this is crazy.
Yeah. I'm running 4 monitors right now.
Yeah, you need. And I was like, man, you the master Blueface, the original Blueface. I was like, because your face was always like blue with these little, because you was always staring at, and I was like,
Oh,
man, this guy is really, really the truth when it comes. You know what I'm angry at?
was
And I
basically
can share this.
Tank from
That's
the
you.
Matrix.
There you go. That's you.
But way bigger monitors. Go ahead.
What made me mad? Now I always think about it. We was at your crib and I was about to, we was doing something. And I was about to record.
Hmm.
And this song, I was just gonna go. Man, I remember you said, yo, you gonna do all of that? You ready? And we end up never doing it. And I lost that whole paper.
It was on a paper?
Yeah, it was at the old studio. And I always thought it because I felt like free. At that moment, I was gonna go. And I don't know what I just said everything. I was gonna say everything I could even think of. Just go. And I remember you was right there. And you was like, yo, you want to record? And I think we end up, something happened. I mean, I think we hung out and did something,
Oh,
and I never
no.
recorded that. But that day was the day I think that's supposed to, and it's never going to be heard.
So what happened? We got distracted. Did I have
We got
girls there?
distracted. I remember I had the paper, and you was there. Oh, Zodiac. Zodiac was there. And it was too many people. It was in the studio.
It's Dr.
And I was
Zodiac.
just like, yo, AD, because we did a couple freestyles. And that's what I did. The boom, 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 boom. It was one of them. You came up with the beat. Slaughter more. I think Slaughterhouse. Slaughter more. Slaughterhouse.
Yeah, I have that out. There's a Slaughterhouse freestyle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I said, and that's when right before we was about to start the
record
Untold Stories, the Untold Stories series. Working with Wall, because I was coming from your house to Wall, remember?
Yeah.
Back and forth. And it's one song. Damn, I never got to record it, but I never lost.
No, so was it on paper? Did you lose the paper?
I lost the paper.
Because Priest, I got a bunch of your lyrics in a file over here of just random papers. Maybe you should just go through it.
From your old spot?
Yeah.
Yo. Don't tell me that, bro.
I kept everything. I never wanted to throw away one of your lyrics.
Let me see. Oh my
God. Black Moses was calling out your scriptures. He's like, oh, Priest, don't forget your scriptures.
Yeah. The Black Moses, man. He's giving him.
I think I got them in a file in my archives because it was a file I wasn't using recently. I've got a whole bunch of your lyrics that you had just left around the studio. So I would collect every single lyric that you had and just throw it into a file because I didn't want to throw anything away. You know what I mean? So what I'll do is I'll just break it out. Next time you're here, I'll just give them to you. You just go through it.
Retrograde.
And you wrote on small pieces of paper. You were writing on napkins. Yes. You wrote in. It was a mess, but I try to put it all together into a file. So it's a fat file too. So you got a lot.
You don't want to, like, if you have the thought, you don't want to. It takes time. Sometimes when you get the thought, you want it's processed, like processed meat.
I used to eat processed meat. I don't anymore.
It's cancer food. Yeah.
Yeah.
So by the time it get to the store and wrapped, no pun intended, it's like, it's not the same way it was in here, but it came. That's why you want to say you want the pure first batch of thought you get.
Yeah, I had no idea you had a lost lyrical sheet. I'll just bring them all out and you just go through it. I'm sure it's there.
Yeah, I always think about that, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to Greg Kelly. Also, Rim. I remember I tried to do an extra version of a song that I did, and it never come out the same. But I recorded that one, and it's computers, man.
Yeah.
The early stages of computer, one day they'll find them. I recorded with my man Remedy, and I remember going to his house, going to the studio and saying, "Yo, Rem, where's that song?" And I remember he said, "Yo, it was a concept, and I never could get that concept again. And then I'll try it, but it's not the same."
But what happened to it? He lost it?
It
didn't record?
In translation, it's in time, it's in,
It didn't get recorded, or what?
I try not to, when I lose things like that, I try to, I never forget what happened to it, but it goes back to.
So it didn't get recorded. Like he hit record and it didn't go through or something?
I got recorded.
So what happened to it?
And I did it and brought it to him. And you know what? Rim was on point because he said, "Yo, take this down and let's do this," because it was about time. It was a concept I had about time. And I tried it, and it's not that song "Time." It's another. It was a concept that I had that I wanted to do, and it didn't come out. I tried it again, but it's like, nah, that ain't it. The way I had it the first time is the way I saw it, because everything is with feeling. When you get a good feeling, do you play music when you get a good feeling, or what? How do you? What's your process when you pick up a guitar or drumsticks, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, I
For
hear
those
it.
who pick up chopsticks.
I hear it in my head first. I hear the finished product in my head.
That's crazy.
And then I go to
you said you hear it in your head.
the whole
your
thing.
ears are here.
Yeah, I hear it in my head. In my head, it's loud sometimes. There's a lot of music going on up here, especially after I DJ. But no, I'll hear it in my head first.
In your head?
Yeah, but I'll hear chords, the whole chords in my head. So I'll go to the piano and find what I'm hearing in my head first. And then once I find that, and I see the structure on the piano, then I can take over from there. Because the piano has a whole grid, like a matrix grid. I do everything in the key of C. You know what I mean? It's like easier to see the structure. And then I can
C?
C is like middle C. It's like all the majors, all the white keys. It's really easy to like see the stuff, like mentally see the structure of music. You know what I mean? Sometimes when people go get like piano lessons, they learn all the keys, like B flat, and they learn
like
all the scales. Yeah. So she's smart. She did a lot of songs in A minor. She had a whole album where everything was in A minor. But for her, that was her main grid.
Say A minor. You gotta say that.
I know, right? A minor. No, but you mentally see a grid.
Major.
It's a lot easier to just focus on one key. The majors, the minors, diminished, augmented, all that. The sevens. When you see that from the perspective of one key, it's a lot easier to write music. You know?
Right.
It's more difficult to be like, I'm going to write this in F sharp. Oh, I'm gonna write this in C sharp. You know what I mean? It's more confusing for the mind. Some people can really do that. Some people are good at that, fine. But for me, it's a lot easier just to do it in one key and then change the key later and then pitch shift it later. You know what I mean? You can transpose. But yeah, that's basically how I break it down.
Exactly.
I play by ear, so if I hear a song and I want to like copy it, I'll go to the piano and find the key. And then I'll transpose it to C and then learn it. And that's it. That's what I did for the songs that I play on my YouTube channel. Pirates of the Caribbean, the Wednesday song, what was a zombie cover.
What is it called?
It's a cover of Zombie by the Cranberries, but it's like a dark version. It's a dark version that was on the Wednesday Netflix series. It was really good. So I was so into that, I had to learn it, and then I put a video of myself playing it. It's on my Instagram and my YouTube. But it's like a dark version of Zombie by the Cranberries. If y'all haven't seen that, follow me on Instagram or YouTube. Links in the description.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
But yeah.
Shout out to the guy, Hakhem.
You've always been constantly making new music. You move so fast. And a lot of people are like, AD, how come you're not making more beats for Priest? I'm like, he already has so much, and I'm already doing so much mixing for you. It's like, man, but we got to sit down and I'll show you some chords and stuff, and I could like make you something. But it's like you already have so much stuff. It's like I'm just trying to keep up with you.
We live in a world where you have to find time. And
Yeah.
someone lost it. So we spend time looking for time. Your schedule and my schedule, and I'll be telling you, AD, just loop this, because I know you're gonna loop it,
Yeah.
crazy. So now it got to the point where I can kind of like see it.
Yeah.
But as far as creating now, it's became a hurricane. So I'm like, okay, and I'm not gonna stop it.
Yeah.
We're gonna continue creating, continue making the music.
Yeah.
Nothing's in our way, and it's like right now you already got. Did you download what I sent you?
Not yet. I mean, I didn't even know it's there yet. That's how crazy it is. But check this out. Like,
Hey, Florence got something, huh?
in 2026, like I'm gonna have a new schedule, and I'm gonna have 3 extra days open. So, because right now I only have 2
Third
days.
day?
Yeah, right now I barely have 1 day open. But with 3 extra days open, that'll be a total of 4 days that I can actually spread out. We can do more music stuff right now. But lately, I'm working 5 days a week. But it's crazy. But that's gonna be chopped down. I'm getting promoted. I'm getting promoted. I'm getting a promotion. But it doesn't go.
What you gonna do on the third day, AD?
Relax, chill. I can actually write music. I can make you a beat again. But right now my schedule's so hectic because I'm working at 2 different clubs. In 2026, I'm gonna work at just the one club on better shifts, and I'll have way more time, man. So that's why I think 2026 is gonna be a very powerful year.
It's gonna be, yeah, I know, I think so. I didn't even plan 2026 yet. But
Right
I
around the
think we're gonna
corner.
be releasing a whole bunch of things in 2026. It should be fun. But right now we got tea break coming, and I'm thinking, well, that's why we have the next video coming. We actually have 2 more videos coming, and we got the Abraxas 2. Yo, if y'all haven't heard, make sure y'all go get the Abraxas 2, support the movement, hit that like and subscribe. If y'all just coming for the first time, you know what I'm saying, enjoy it. This is like, it's almost like an after hours like we just kicking it. No guests right now, just really laid back. It's rainy day, so sometimes it rained. The rain, you just want to sit back and
It's a good time for reflection. This is good.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that we're doing it like this because we haven't had a show where you would be able to stay on camera this long and with a proper setup. You know what I mean? Usually you'd be on the phone, it'd be kind of shaky, the Wi-Fi would be weird. But this is good to actually have you like with a solid camera. This is good. And we can improve this format in the future for rainy days and stuff like that. But 2026,
Well,
go ahead. I was going to say, you're going to have some new guests on the Podcraft.
Yeah, a lot of new guests. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna bring back the originals. We're gonna have new cats on. You know what I'm saying? We'll reach out. You know what I'm saying? It's good when you sit back and you look at the whole format and the growth of it. It's just crazy. We're gonna have and then when I share the idea with you, man, because I know you crazy with editing, but we got a team now. We also got camera, and that's all I wanted was a camera. So now we got a camera, and you'll shoot too, right? I don't say all your talent. You like multitask.
Yeah, I mean, I could do some camera work.
You're not even a Gemini. You can multitask. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, you're 2 fish. That's 2 fish, right?
Yeah. I got a double personality. I'm 2 people.
Oh, it's you. It's the Geminis. The Geminis.
Yeah.
And the Pisces.
There's a duality.
2.
Yeah, some signs have a duality. Usually it's the mutables. Even like they say the Sagittarius is half man, half horse. It's the centaur. So they kind of have a dualism also.
Yeah, I always wondered what he was looking at when he pulls the bow. Because sometimes they have a picture of him looking back
I seen that.
And then sometimes they have pull up the Taurus. No, that's no. I'm about. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Sagittarius.
Sagittarius.
Then the arrow is the nail on the cross.
Right. Sometimes he's looking away from it though. He's looking back.
I've seen that.
And I don't know if it was Ty Phoenix or somebody.
Watching
Somebody told me that he was looking back at the sign behind him because he's watching.
Because that's Scorpio.
They really can't, because they don't trust nobody. They got the arrow.
Scorpio's the backbiter. So Sagittarius is watching his back. That's not me. Don't give credit to me. That's not me.
Like that.
Shout out to Santos Bonacci.
Yeah.
Anytime y'all hear me talking about astro-theology and signs and stuff like that, that's most likely Santos Bonacci or Jordan Maxwell.
Oh, Bubble. Yeah.
Yeah. Or Bill Donahue. Not Phil Donahue, but Bill Donahue. If y'all know about Bill Donahue, that dude goes in even deeper than Santos.
Get out of here.
Bro, Bill Donahue. That guy, he has a whiteboard and he'll
What about Jackal Maxon?
I don't know who that is. But this dude has a whiteboard and he'll break down a scripture, show you how it breaks down into you just having to meditate.
He an Asian dude?
No, he's a white dude. He looks like some basic pastor. But if you listen to him, the guy he has a bunch of clips on YouTube. Really famous guy. Yeah, but he's deep Gnostic type stuff.
Yeah.
But he'll break
Gnostic is the wave.
Yeah, he's the one that broke down the two brothers that we always talk about.
It all comes back
Cain and Abel.
Ancient older cultures. So what they do is just practice the older cultures that they've been doing for years. Sumer, Kemet, and ancient mystic strides, and then they fold it, and then it condenses into a religious, and it sprouts. It has a big civilization beginning, and then it sprouts from a civilization into small groups, into smaller sects, but then they become like two. It's two have gathered. 2 or 3 are gathered. It becomes like smaller pockets, and then all of a sudden. But when you look at the broad, on the real nation, civilization, or the combination, I'm going to say that. On the big thinkers who could look within and see within is without also. The oracle is a great example of that, of knowing what was happening before Neo
Neocortex
walking in the door, but he had all the clothes on though. He had the shades on, like he had all the clothes on, but he didn't. He needed enlightenment, and that was the thing. He had all dark, but he didn't have the light yet, and that's why the kid dropped that jewel on him. He was lost in the sauce. He said, "Man, when you think about it, the spoon not even you in here. We already doing it. We already doing it. You just got here." The kid was already bending spoons. And he said, "You know what? Go ahead, say his quote."
There is no spoon.
Yeah. What you looking at, bro? See, if Neo would have acted up in there, it'd have been over.
That's another way of saying that you're in a simulation.
Right, but Morpheus told him, "Shut up when you go over there. Just be quiet, because they're going to be dealing with high science, and it's going to be things that you don't even know what you're dealing with."
Yeah.
And it was very subtle that she pulled out a cigarette, but that was a trick bag too. So he's standing there, he's all tense. And she just doing circles around him. First of all, he had the kingdom of heaven in it with the kids, the children, and they were all magicians. So he had to understand that science. And as soon as you open the door, she says, "Read that." What was the Latin word?
I have to pull it up because I forgot, but it.
I said, spoon. There is no spoon. He said, read that there. She said, not too bright, though.
That's because
Yo,
he
yeah,
said.
I gotta watch that scene again.
That's
not too
because
bright, though.
she was like, I could see why she likes you,
Right.
and he's like, who's she? You know, it's like who?
Morpheus hyped him up. He was so tense. But then Morpheus told him, when you go, what he told him? And then when he came back, he said, don't tell me.
Temet
He didn't
Noske.
even know that was the whole trick bag. He said, whatever she told you was meant for you.
Yeah.
Right? Is that the right quote?
Yeah, this is Temet Noske,
Yeah, there you go.
which is know thyself.
Know the measurements. What?
To know thyself.
That was only half of it. The whole story's in Terminator. See, that's why we got Sophia. We got to bring Sophia. Sophia.
Same universe.
I know.
Sarah Connor. Sarah Connor is Neo's mother.
Wow.
JC,
Wow.
John Connor, Jesus Christ. JC, Julius Caesar. JC, John Connor, Jesus Christ.
Right.
JC.
Yeah, the Matrix is the womb.
Yeah. From the womb to the tomb. The womb is the womb, man. Woman. Yeah, and the only war.
Oh my goodness.
I know, right?
Oh, I just got a juke. Oh my goodness. Yo. That's what, you got to look at it from the number one perspective. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yo.
and they only wore the sunglasses in the Matrix. They didn't wear them when they went outside the Matrix. It was an identity mask. So that way they can hide their it's symbolic buffer between their true awakened selves and the artificial world. That's for the Matrix movie though. In real life, you should not be wearing sunglasses like that. Don't try to walk around like the Matrix with sunglasses on and stuff like that when you don't really need them, because that can cause skin cancer. That's a whole other thing. You want
that movie that was symbolic.
Yeah,
that was
symbolic. Yeah,
that was
you need the
symbolic.
sun in your eyes. You want sun in your eyes.
Yeah,
Unless it's super bright, then you want sunglasses.
yeah, like in the morning, right? So
Right.
The
And-
blinding light in the morning is the same light that makes you see clear. So you have to know how to handle it. You
Mhm.
know, just like if the flame is up too long, probably too high. Cook it
Yeah.
with the sun. Hold up.
Yeah, the more I look into that movie, the more I see the brilliance of Sophia Stewart and those twisted
Yeah.
Wachowskis. Like, they did a decent job for the first movie, but that's because it was all based on Sophia Stewart stuff. Matrix 4 was just horrible.
Yeah, exactly. It was too fast. It was too, you know why? Because Neo had his he Superman this out. He already reached his limit when he went to Smith.
Yeah.
When he can make, he said, she told him, who told him that he would be able to stop, that he wouldn't have to stop the bullet or dodge bullets? That was the jewel.
Morpheus,
He said, when you're ready, when the time comes, what?
you won't have to.
Ooh.
And then
You think that's air? You think that's air that you're breathing?
exactly. And Trinity saw him do that. That's why she was like, how did you do that? He's like, how did I do what? And she's like, you dodge bullets just like they do.
That's why she told him know thyself, because he didn't know. He had to figure out who he was. He was lost.
It was in him the whole time. It was in him the whole time. And see, that's the story for us. We all have powers. we are all more divine than we even realize. That's why the Matrix is a documentary. We are all Neo in a way.
You going?
We all have powers.
Let's see.
We have to know ourselves.
Like this.
It's not me.
No, you said the Matrix was a documentary.
Yes, that's not me saying it though.
No,
but
throw a bomb on that one.
Even
the Matrix was a documentary. Was not a movie.
Right.
Oh,
and the people who made the Matrix know that too. Like as far as Morpheus and
you killed me with that one. You said that was in the movie.
Keanu Reeves said it himself too. He knows. Keanu Reeves knows exactly what he was doing. He knows exactly the purpose of the story. He's very well. That's why he's a really good dude. Like Keanu Reeves is not involved in the twisted part of Hollywood. He knew how to separate himself. The guy's like a decent guy, and he's got a wife and all that. Like the guy's he's a good person. He's not part of the Hollywood elite that are all crazy. But the Matrix, I'm sure, was something that helped him out, even though he did that crazy. Wow. Even though John Wick was like super violent.
Down in time. Yeah, exactly. Oh man.
The Matrix is just it gives you a mindset of your soul.
Exactly. Yeah, he was always doubting. You know what I'm saying?
And the biblical connection is like crazy, man. Like it connects to the Bible. One
of the guys just told me he was doubting Thomas. If you look at it, because he had he wasn't as bright because he's coming to. They was already functioning. You got to remember, they were waiting on him, right? In the beginning, there was already functioning. I don't know how many times they fought the machines, but they were very aware of everything that was already going. They were just trying to prepare him. He came there, and they had to wipe everything slit. Everything he did, everybody else did. You been in the training? Oh yeah, I remember that room. Remember? They told him. Then he asked him, "Did you do this? Did you?" Morpheus smiled. Everybody had to go through the training.
Yeah. That's true. And
he was down. They download the kung fu to him, and he says, "I know kung fu.
I know kung fu."
Yeah, there you go. Morpheus knew it too. That's why I said there was always a Superman, and there's always this other guy who's a mirror image of him. He was all metal though, but he was on the outside because everything Morpheus was doing, he was there too until he had to raise. Morpheus was trying to get him to raise up to another level.
And that's why Morpheus was like, "It's not your technique. Your problem is not your technique." They both knew the technique. Morpheus was trying to bring out that extra part of him that was hidden in there. And that's why he said, "Stop trying to hit me and hit me." That goes back to Yoda.
You said, "Stop trying to
hit me and hit me." Now that's an homage to Star Wars Yoda, because Yoda says, "Do."
That's a Bruce Lee.
Right.
That was a Bruce Lee type of quote, also.
Yeah. So.
But he talked to the master on his journey. Remember, and also in Kung Fu. But when Bruce Lee talked to the master, he would almost like, I'm the student because I chose to be. You know what I'm saying? But I listened very well.
Yeah, Yoda said, "Do or do not. There is no try."
Master Yoda, yeah.
So Morpheus was like, "Stop trying to hit me and hit me."
Right.
Same lesson. Don't try to do it, just do it. Now we have the Nike slogan. Just do it. So, because when you
Thomas,
when you use the word the word try, the word try has doubt in it. When you say "I'll try," you're already putting out into the universe that this might not work.
Right.
You know what I mean? This might fail.
Right.
So that's why there's weakness in the word "try." I'll try. This may not work.
Killed it with the documentary though. Killed it.
Yeah. But I can't take credit for that once again because I'm just regurgitating the things I hear from, you know, Morpheus himself, Neo himself. They all say it's a documentary. You know,
mean Larry Fishburne.
Larry Fishburne. Yeah. Oh, Larry knows what's up too. He was schooling Neil
Wait a minute. Larry Fishburne and Keanu Reeves.
Keanu Reeves
said that.
Yeah. In fact,
but Morpheus and Neo. You said are you saying that they was in it? They said it in or out of the character?
Out of character, they know exactly the lesson in Matrix. In fact,
well, definitely, they had to go walk through the shrine backwards and all that.
Yeah, yeah, because I mean they played the part obviously, and Lawrence Fishburne was schooling Neil deGrasse Tyson about the Matrix.
Here we go.
Don't try to out.
I already know.
Yeah,
why y'all don't like? What's going on with Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Well, I mean, I just see him as an actor.
Did he come against the flat Earth?
I mean, he follows the status quo. He's only so deep, but what's important is that the guy's learning. Do you know what I mean? I got nothing against the guy.
What?
Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's a student like the rest of us. Some people are more advanced. Some people are they know what's up. But he's.
I think y'all hating on him. For some reason, yeah, I got a problem with now. Just sat down with him too.
Oh, nice.
He thought it was awesome. But what is the beef with him? Did he try to debunk because every time I talk to the flat, they be like, yo, nah, Neil's lying. He's an actor. Even this goes all the way back to you know who? Square Planet Man.
Yeah, no, I don't think he's lying about anything. He's just expressing the knowledge that he knows, just like all of us are, you know? But a lot of his knowledge comes from the status quo, which is mainstream and stuff like that. So he really enjoyed The Matrix, which is cool. And then if you guys YouTube The Science of the Matrix with Lawrence Fishburne, which is this video I have up, they talk exactly about the deep meaning of The Matrix. And then Lawrence Fishburne really goes in, talks about how, you know, Morpheus is John the Baptist. And stuff like that. He's also the subconscious, and they talk about Cypher being Judas and stuff like that. This is a whole hour long video, but y'all could check it out. They talk about the spoon. It's a really cool interview. But the cool thing is that Neil deGrasse Tyson is learning the theology of the Matrix directly from.
See how he's dressed like Bruce Lee?
Who, Lawrence?
Neil.
Oh, I mean, he's in a jeans and a shirt.
But it looks like a gi right there.
Maybe. I don't know, but it's a good video. Y'all can check it out. I'll put the link in the description.
Did you ever notice that?
Or in the chat, actually.
The glasses are Morpheus?
Yeah. The glasses he wears?
Yeah. Did you notice about tell me what you noticed about the glasses he wore.
That they don't have sides. They just stick right to his nose.
Yeah. What's the significance of that? Never had sides to his glasses. They only stood right there.
Let me ask Skynet.
Go to chat.
As Crumb would say, let me ask Skynet.
Skynet?
Yeah, Crumb.
Where's our dude? Where's the
Crumb calls ChatGPT Skynet.
Where's the Hey Roo, the computer guy that we talked to?
Oh yeah. I could bring on Leo. But basically it's saying he sees through the Matrix differently. That's why his glasses are like that. They emphasize his calm, immovable presence. They highlight his belief in fate. Visual contrast with Neo. Morpheus' glasses are minimalist and iconic. Yeah, minimalism is a whole topic. We could do a whole show on minimalism. Less is more. But
On minimum, yeah.
minimalism.
I'm back.
This kind of goes back to me using a wooden plate and a wooden bowl. It's that less is more. Keeping it simple, keeping it minimal. In school, we learned KISS, which was keep it simple, stupid.
Give me the send me the look. Okay, hold up.
Yes, I agree with Ad News. Fishburne is an amazing actor. Nobody can try. Yeah. No, he was awesome. I think he played Morpheus better than I think anybody could have. The casting was perfect. The casting was literally perfect for that whole movie.
You know who was supposed to get that role?
For Morpheus?
No, for Neo.
Yeah, Neo was going to be Will Smith.
Yeah.
Which would have been interesting because Jada was also in the movie.
Yeah, that's crazy. But they gave him one. Did you send me the Zoom?
I think Will could have done it. Looking back, I think Will could have played Neo. We're so used to seeing Keanu. Some people might disagree, but I mean, say what you want about Will Smith. I think he's a good actor.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the movies he's done have been iconic.
Will?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. It's like when you get those roles, they keep you in there. Remember, he was the last man on the planet. What was the name of the movie? He was also in the one with the UFOs.
Independence Day.
Independence Day. And then
I saw that in the theaters. The theaters went wild when he punches the alien and says, "Welcome to Earth." Like the theater went wild. Back then that was huge.
We might have someone joining us.
Oh, word. Hey.
Gee, you already know him.
Say what you want.
It's about to be on. Peace to the God.
Peace. Hold on, let me get this set up right. Hold on.
Peace. Yeah, we going to one of your. I know this is about to be on right now. Said Legend. Yeah, I am Legend. That's the one he was in.
Yeah, I Am Legend was good.
Yeah, it would have been good. Yeah, I see you.
Okay, he was there, but now he's gone.
Coming back. Hold on.
Someone said Men in Black. If he was in Matrix, it would have fit the theme because all of these movies kind of fit into a theme. With I Am Legend, with Men in Black. If he had done Matrix, it would have fit also right in with that theme because it's about awareness. You know, it's somewhat sci-fi, but it's also somewhat real. You know, there's some things to Men in Black that some would argue is kind of real as far as people walking amongst us. It's almost like a They Live type of thing correlated to where there's people amongst us that are not of this world.
Tell you, man. Did you watch They Live? Did you go back?
I didn't see the whole movie. I just saw those clips.
It's nice. This is a nice time to see it. Rainy.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yo, telling you. And you got to go back to Dark City after this. Is Hakhem? Is he still? I told him to come back.
He was there, but then he went away.
Just like that. Disappeared. Yeah,
it's all good.
Missed it.
If he comes back on, I have it set up for him to come back on screen.
Nice rainy day and stuff. Just chill, get your popcorn, and just zone.
I got that popcorn maker still.
Yeah, and take notes. Crazy.
A lot of fiber.
Yo, Roddy Piper, they fought for hours. They had the same lady, the classes, and I got the directors. Well, so you can watch it right on YouTube too. And they got the glasses and they got the occult body that they had to be initiated in. And once Homeboy found out who they was, because they all started with the working at the, and remember, he worked for, he was looking for a job. He was just a dweller. And his man he met worked for the garbage company in a decaying world.
Oh, iRobot. Man, I forgot about that.
Oh, he backstage.
Um,
iRobot.
that's not
Truman
possible.
Show. That's another man. Jim Carrey be doing a lot of this stuff too. Jim
It's open, so if he comes in, he'll come in. There's no
says backstage.
he really can't be that backstage because the door's unlocked. He just has to click on the link. He was in for a second.
Yeah, I heard him
Retrograde.
say peace. Hakhem say do. So you got to look at it like that. I told him.
Yeah, all he's got to do is click on the link.
Like,
Damn, every time you drink tea.
man, we're about to go. Yo, when he come up here, we're about to go. Yo, all right. I'm gonna tell y'all. I used to warn the Podcraft, y'all got to get ready, get on your space helmets. Because you have to go on a super trip down. You can put the kids to bed at this time. This is going to be for the highly advanced. For the regular readers, if you're just reading the scriptures on the basics, or you just got, your 120, you're going to have to put that down for a second and put your big headphones on and get ready to have a blast. It's not for the average. You're going to take it there. So I already know. And these kind of conversations is the level of conversations we should be having at this time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they showed us everything already. Somebody said Warcraft. Never saw Warcraft yet.
Me neither.
That's crazy how they take the Anunnaki NYC. Shout out to you. Said, well, the Dead Sea Scrolls. My hands on them. From a fetus to the Milky Way. Yeah. See, all this is getting me getting jiggy with it. Yeah,
That
they
song-
choose
that
certain
track was-
cast of.
Go ahead.
Huh?
No, I was just saying that track was hot for a minute.
Let me hear the lyrics, AD, to get jiggy with it. Just give me 4 bars of it. You can pull them up.
I thought you wanted me to sing it for you.
I'm like, oh, you know it off top? Go ahead.
Nah, I don't think I should recite that.
What? Getting jiggy with it?
The track was hot, as in the production, the beat, the burn, 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 burn. You know what I mean? I was just starting to DJ back then when that song came out.
Let's walk this down there. Give me the first verse from Michael Jackson.
Well, he was like, "On your mark, get set, let's
No.
go."
Okay.
Dance floor pro, I know you know. I go psycho when my new joint hit. Just can't sit. Gotta get jiggy with it.
That's the first bar?
Yeah, basically. You have
Say
to
that
understand
again.
the context of every song is going to be different. So he was making an obvious pop hop dance track, and it worked out like that.
Hit me with that again.
He was basically making. Wait, you mean the lyrics or the explanation?
Let's go through it.
It was basically a pop hop dance track that was meant to go viral. Do you know what I mean? Because it's very clean. He's very G.
He's on some superstar.
Yeah, super.
So he coming back to kill that. Can't jiggy with it.
Yeah. Which he could still, if he comes out with the right producer, he could still go that route.
I believe he might. Listen. Compared to a lot of MC, the era he came from that type of song. Somebody told me the other day he wrote "Summertime."
That was a good track
Ironic, he did that to sound like Raquel, but those are lyrics right there.
too. And
And then I saw something where Kane said, "Yo, this is what you call MCing." To his fight, and it was a verse that must have been on his album. He was kicking, and it was going in. And I was like, "Oh,
yeah, Summertime was with
gotta know that."
was Jazzy Jeff, DJ Jazzy Jeff.
Yeah, something smooth on.
That's a good duo for him. Like Jazzy Jeff was a good person to work with for himself. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. And behold, it was 3. Oh no, I'm about to say, there's 2 in the
Jazzy
in the
Jeff.
furnace. No, looked again, and there was 3.
Yeah, Jazzy Jeff scratched on Jiggy with it, but the song was produced by Poke and Tone.
From what was they called? Pony Tokens. That's
LES.
yeah, LES. Poke and Tone. That it was called the Hitmakers. Oh, there was a group called the Hitmakers. Tone and Poke. I remember them. It was called the Hitmakers. Forgot about that.
The samples were from Sister Sledge and the Barkays.
Oh yeah. That ain't hard to get that.
I think Jazzy Jeff was involved with Big Willie Style. Anyway, we're digressing.
Yeah. Let's get back to where we was. We was deep into the Matrix. And I gotta go back to Mr. Time, the Dark City. I went there and I told you last time I was on here that I got to behold, there's 3 of us again.
Here we go.
Peace to the God. You're taking think you're on mute.
Hold on, let me bring him out. Bring him out. Sorry.
Last time he took you there for a flight. I was like, oh man. You
okay,
and
hold
then
on.
there was 3.
Yeah, I'll bring on the tri-screen next once I got it finished. Still working on the tri-screen.
I'll start it off by just saying he's the one that told me Neo represented Doubting Thomas. He always doubt. Teach him, tell him not to doubt. If you look at it, there's I always talk about the obsolete man.
Yeah. Well, we have that too as humans, is we have that part of us that doubts. Because don't forget, Neo is the neocortex. And there's a part of us that will always doubt also. It's just part of our critical thinking. You know, we should always be doubting. You know, you can't trust anything nowadays. But it's just a natural part of ourselves to doubt things like this ain't real. This can't be true. You know, it's denial. But sometimes it's right though. You know what I mean? It's part of our survival tools to have doubt. Otherwise, we'd be gullible for everything.
Agreed. Not bad. I was on mute. I didn't even know.
And I clicked.
Yeah, agreed. When you, yeah, but it was all about, because you would think that the Oracle. One thing I got for you, AD. Why do you think that the Oracle house was like that? Because you would think it was, because the way they talked about her, you would think she would be in a mansion.
Well, the mansion would be an illusion anyway. See, we got to take that perspective also, is that if you're rich and you're in a mansion, it's just more money, more problems. Like having a big house, just a big house. It's just another matrix. Do you know what I mean? There's people living well below, you know.
It was a room full of magic, though. It was like a small room where everything he needed to see, because they was already on 10 when he walked in, they were already dealing with high science and Oracle. You thought because he went up there dressed up, but she came out, boom. But that was all. That was all a setup.
What happened to your camera?
Yeah, man.
There you go. There you go. There we go.
Yeah, yeah. Peace to the G.O.D.
Peace, G. I'm in an undisclosed place in the Bat Cave.
I see.
See y'all talking about one of the greats, the Matrix, huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard you mention the Doubting Thomas, huh?
Talk about it.
Neo.
Yeah. So Morpheus, I think I mentioned this on the podcast before. Morpheus was he was taught by Neo. And if you listen to what the architect was telling Neo, he was like, he knew what he would do that time. He had already been there like 7 times before. So that's Gnostics. That's dealing with like Jacob's ladder. And so when you see the TV screens, he showed how Neo was making the same decision in the last rounds, if you will, and that he was going to make a decision. Remember that the dilemma was Neo's mission was to save Zion. So when he did realize that maybe possibly he could do that, he wanted to mix it with, he was in love with Trinity, right? So he wanted to save her. Zion was also suffered because he did save Trinity, and she ended up dying anyway. If I remember correctly, it wasn't in the order of things, right? All he did was delay it.
Yeah.
All he did was delay it. So when you see, remember she's the one that I think that when the Oracle is speaking about, I see why she likes you. And she also hints at saying, well, I was supposed to fall in love with the one, right? But the architect, if you really want to ever know something in a movie where the truth is, they always put the dialogue with whoever the bad guy is. Because you're not going to really pay it any attention, right? So they put the dialogue. The truth is always like that's the magic trick. So when you hear the so-called villain speaking, that's the truth. So the architect was saying it. Remember, Neo and Agent Smith are like two, the positive and negative of an electric circuit. And so is the architect and the Oracle. Make sense?
Yeah.
And so that you're getting that duality again. You're getting Cypher, sowing the Nebuchadnezzar was also like the Garden of Eden too, like so-called snake sowing seeds of doubt, asking him, yo, you want some wine? And who told you this? Oh man, what a head job, I think. Something like that he says to Neo. Cypher says that.
Yeah.
He also, and we know that's short for Lucifer. Right?
Yeah, Lucifer.
Lucifer, right? And
wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
So this is what I get. Like when you hear Sophia, I definitely believe that she is the author of the Matrix, but I like to compare it to, say, when you watch the movie The Shining Priest I was telling you about, Stanley Kubrick, he took that Stephen King's movie book. A director can take that and basically like rearrange shit to where it's not even like what the book was. So I was telling you, like people just think The Shining is something where you just remember Jack Nicholson is going crazy. He is like just losing his mind in that hotel, right? But in reality, he saw too much. He had psychic powers. That's why he was seeing like ghosts. There was a lot of murders and stuff going on there. He couldn't handle it. He started to drink alcohol. That's what that's what Stephen King's book is about, The Shining. That's why when you watch Doctor Sleep, it's more in tune with what the book is about. It's all it is about the Shining is nothing but the psychic world of Walter Reed. Yeah. So when you see The Matrix, I believe that Sophia Stewart did shop her script around, and they took it, and so that's why you see the Terminator, but they layered it. That's the greatness of it. They took it and they layered it, but it's all there. You know, that's what they did, and it's made to look like she looks crazy. But in the years down the line, we always find that people take things and and those who are the geniuses, they don't look so polished, so corporate, so that when they scream out like "this is mine," it doesn't seem to be that way to us. It's like how could this woman be the creator of the Matrix? She was simple. Look, they'll leave little breadcrumbs. The Oracle ain't nothing but Sophia Stewart. Sophia Stewart, I believe she's from the Bronx. And if you look at where the Oracle was, it was like in the projects, pissy staircases and all of that, right?
Wow. Broken glass everywhere.
Yeah, man. You got it all, and those hood children, so-called hood children inside of her, like she was a babysitter or something, right? But like the Indigo children or something, right?
Yeah, she looked like a Jackson. I told her that.
Yeah, she looks like what?
The Jackson.
Well, that it was Joe Jackson that introduced her to Hollywood. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was Joe Jackson.
Really?
Remember, she actually was dating Muhammad Ali, if I recall.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she did say that.
Yeah, but it was Joe Jackson. She's very smart. She was out either in Vegas or somewhere, and Joe Jackson was the one that introduced her to the, like, you got to get her script.
That's crazy.
So it all ties in, and
she's a genius, yo.
Yeah, but they do that with everything. They make you look like she's like weird, like how is she, and you could think about it. Look at Little Richard, right? You ever heard Ray Charles talk about when they asked him, he was doing an interview and they asked him about Elvis? You ever heard that before?
No.
Oh, you got to see that. He was like, it was like on CBS News.
He never said nothing bad. He said Elvis up. No, that was James Brown.
Ray Charles said, "Hey, don't ask me no shit like that. Don't ask me nothing you don't want me to know." Because he said He said he might have been the king or he might have been great. He wasn't great to me.
Wow.
He was around me. Around us. So yeah, you can pull that up. Ray Charles, you can YouTube, and he's right there. You can see him, right? Because he's blind, right? He's like, yo, like. Y'all want to keep this like politically correct. You might not want to ask me nothing about no Elvis.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's like someone asking Patti LaBelle, what do you think of Milli Vanilli? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? But Ray Charles said that, Elvis was great in his own right to those who have never seen that, like, but not, he was just around studying, looking at us do it. You know what I mean? And,
it's crazy.
Yeah, he says it. So he was like, and he kind of went in a little bit and he was like, okay, let's get on back to let's not,
see that.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Baby.
Like, yeah, I mean, he was going to die. He's like, what he had to lose? You know what I mean?
Right.
But The Matrix, if you look at part 2, then they do the train. Anytime you see in a movie a train, it's always something very significant about a train or a winding staircase, right? You see a winding staircase. Usually winding staircases have about 15 steps. That's Masonic. That's the rule. That's usually the rule, the build of a house. You have a staircase, a winding staircase is going to be 15 steps. And so I was going into that. So in part 2, remember there's a little Indian girl when Neo goes to, he's taking the train, and this little Indian girl named is Sati. Sati. You have to look up what that is in Hindu. And then her dad comes over to talk to Neo, and then the mother comes over. I don't want to give it all away, but it's connected. And some people say, just like, before that documentary that you're talking about, it was always known that Morpheus was like John the Baptist. Neo was supposed to be like the Christ figure. Yeah, they pay homage to Bruce Lee. I also like to show you that you can lay out the story of Alice in Wonderland side by side with the Matrix, the first one, and you will see it has everything in there. You have the twins from Alice in Wonderland. Remember, Alice had to drink she took a pill, I think. She took a pill, she took a potion.
Yeah.
And it made her bigger, smaller, until she was the right size. And then remember, she was escaping. It's Alice in Wonderland. So she was escaping the so-called reality, the Matrix, if you will. She met the Oracle. Neo met the Oracle. That was Absalom. Remember, Absalom is sitting there questioning her, saying, like, you look different this time. You see, they tell Neo, follow the white rabbit. Alice was told to follow the white rabbit. The white rabbit is, I'm late for a very important date. He got like a clock. That clock, when he followed the girl in the Matrix with the tattoo of the white rabbit to the club, that's where he got with Trinity and ultimately Morpheus. I'm not too sure how I think Morpheus would be the Mad Hatter. He'd be the Mad Hatter, but you see the twins. They don't show you the twins until, I believe, into the second one.
Or is Morpheus the cat?
Morpheus could be the cat. Morpheus could definitely be the cat. It's interesting about the cat. I think Mitch Horowitz was talking about Beset and how, the Egyptians and the cats. I was just talking to my son about, like fake. Like, I hate artificial. I hate social media. I don't really care for all that stuff, right? Because you can hide. And so, Priest, that's why a lot of times you won't see me like get on like that attention. It's a drug, right? People want to be seen. They don't have anything to say. But look at this. You ever seen the cartoon Hong Kong Phooey?
No.
You never seen it? What about you, Priest? He's probably gone.
Priest, you there?
Well, me and you'll keep going, Eddie.
Yeah.
Hong Kong Phooey is a cartoon. And in the cartoon,
I got it on screen.
Yeah, that he's like this delusional superhero. He's a dog who does karate, and he thinks he's like a real like superhero, but he's not. Like, so like he would go catch, like, it'll be some kind of crime going on. He would faint, and he had a cat that was always with him. And that cat would do all the work. Like, Hong Kong Phooey would jump out of a window because he think he can fly, but he can't. The cat would run downstairs, grab something like the catch his fall. And so the cat is the wisdom behind a lot of things. So in the cartoon, it's an old, like, I think it came out in the 70s. It's sort of the same thing when you speak when you say Morpheus could have been the cat. But it's so much there with the Matrix. I've seen the pretty much, like, of course, you can exhaust, the different perspectives. Some people believe that the agents were right, like the human being. He's like that's Gnosticism. Like, we smell to the demiurge, right? That this matrix, the matrix is a word mathematically. I forgot what it means, but the matrix is matter, matter. It's also mother,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's also symbolic of Mary, like Maria, like Mary, the Virgin Mary,
Mm-hmm.
right? That produces the Christ figure. So this is actually the womb. And so that's what they are constantly. You remember Neo's like he's being birthed. Did you ever see the movie
Anakin effect.
huh?
Yeah.
What, you there?
No, I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was telling AD about the cartoon. Remember we growing up called Hong Kong Fooey?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Remember Hong Kong Fooey was fucking delusional. It's the cat that did all the work.
Wait a minute. Is that
That Scat Man.
yeah, where RZA got Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing
Mm-mm. I
doom.
don't think
Nah.
so. Mm-mm.
Doom.
Mm.
No, that
Hong
was
Kong
Wonder
Fooey. It's
Dog.
got a
Wonder
really
Dog.
nice jingle, but
Yeah, it's
the
Wonder
voice
Dog.
for it is the old black man, Scat Man. I forgot. I think me and Mitch was talking about that too. He's the same. He's that black man from the Shining.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, he's the
Yeah.
voice of it. But I was telling AD that the cat did all the work. The
Mhm.
cat didn't want any of the shine. He was just like, I'm just glad we just getting it, we making it happen. Hong Kong Fooey would pass out and the cat would whip the criminal's ass, tie them up,
Mhm.
put the gun in, call the cops, put the gun in Hong Kong Fooey's hand. The cops come, Hong Kong Fooey wakes up like, yeah, I did all this shit. And the cat over there looking at him like crazy, right?
Right. You killed him.
Yeah, yeah. He didn't care. He didn't care about the light. He just wanted long as everything got done. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
Right.
yeah, that's sort of Morpheus. If you look at Morpheus,
Mhm.
he was so about the mission, what it was about. He didn't give a fuck what Neo believed. He know how could he trust Neo when Neo was what Neo told him was, I'm going to go back in the Matrix. Okay, come for me.
Mm.
Right? It is like,
Mm.
yeah, that's like you ever seen the movie Mr. Nobody?
Oh yeah.
You
Yeah,
seen Mr.
different
Nobody?
lives. Yes.
You don't
You
remember
killed
when
him with
Mr.
that one. You
Nobody, it showed him all of these alternative ways he
lives.
kept coming into the
The
world.
old
He had
man.
amnesia. So
Mm.
when they say so-called spirit or mind enters matter, it forgets, right? So
Yeah.
what if before you go, you teach somebody, say, hey, I'm not gonna know who I am. Come
Mm-hmm.
for me. Come and get me and wake me. I'm gonna fight you all the way, but I'm not gonna know. So I'm teaching you, right?
Mm.
It's sort of like the story of the prodigal son, right? Who leaves
Right.
his father's house and goes into a strange land. He puts on a strange they say he puts on like dress, and that's matter. That's the physical, right? The spirit entering the physical world. And he eats a strange meat, and
Mm-hmm.
he goes on this journey. And then one day
Mm-hmm.
he makes it back. That means back to the source. Incidentally, in the Matrix, that's what they call the Godhead, the source, right? He makes
Mm.
his way back to the source, and the source goes, my son who was once lost is now found. That's biblically speaking, right?
Yep,
So
my son, yep.
so you got Neo was asleep. He had done that shit like 7 times. And notice what Morpheus had told the guy who on the committee in Zion who didn't believe in that shit. He was like, yeah, um, it's mythology. He was like, well, good thing for me, my belief doesn't require that you believe like in what I stand on, right? Getting
Fire.
Neo, getting Neo to the point to where he got it because he came in there with nothing but doubts. And
Yeah.
so remember the Oracle didn't tell him he wasn't the one. He's like, yeah, you got the gift, kid, but it seems like you're waiting on something.
Mm.
right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes,
And she
bro.
said, and it don't matter what it was a head game. He said, it don't matter, whether you believe the shit or not. But Morpheus is gonna give his life. He willing to put his motherfucking life on the line for that. And
Right.
but just remember, you don't believe in none of this one shit, eat this cookie. And when you're done, she was pacifying him, and then you feel right as rain because remember, Neil wasn't there to decide if he was the one. He already had decided that when he took that motherfucking pill. He was just now trying to understanding the working out of his decision. Right? That can be any of us, right? Like, damn, like you set these decisions in motion and now you see the working and he wanted to be like, man, I'm in love and I love this girl. Yeah, but that's not in the order of things. Where have you seen this at? You've seen this in Star Wars with Anakin, the human
Yep.
drama. It's the same shit. What was
Yes.
Anakin? Yeah. Anakin, well, the
The
first thing was he was too old to be to become a Jedi or a Padawan because he had been with his mother in a very turbulent, they were slaves. So imagine they taking him and while he's training, his mother is somewhere being tortured. Right? I don't think he could really focus. So he's torn from his mother. He has attachments. That's why the Jedis always take you when you are a child. When you're a baby. They take you when you're a
Right.
baby so you have none of that because you can be, those attachments will lead you to grasp at things that lead you to the dark side. So Anakin, remember, they never agreed to let him in there. So Qui-Gon was the one that took him on the side, basically like, I'm gonna teach you on the side, right? And Qui-Gon took him, and of course he was killed by Darth Maul. But just study how he was seduced. It was Palpatine that told him that the story of Darth Plagueis, the tragedy of Darth Plagueis, how he could save his loved ones from death. And he's like, he could smell that shit on Anakin, that attachment. Remember, him and Padme was creeping.
Yeah.
The Jedi's don't get married, but they was in secret. He had her. He even thought that Obi-Wan Kenobi and her were dealing with each other. That's that
He was
jealousy. That's that
tripping.
attachment.
Who was that? I didn't see that part.
Yeah. So like,
That's the movie I got to go back and watch.
yeah, he was like well, first, he was keeping everything in the dark, right? And Yoda warned him, he saw much with Anakin, as much as he was powerful. But Anakin, when he was learning, just like Luke, remember in Empire Strikes Back, Luke is in the Dagobah system and he's training with Yoda. He ain't finished his training and he could feel that Han Solo and Leia was in trouble. And he was like, I got to go help my friends. And Yoda was like, you ain't finished with your training. He was like, but I got to go. So that's always the struggle, right? And so, but they set it up like that too, like that's his bloodline. But Anakin was so, as soon as Palpatine got him to like seduce him, he actually told him, he said, we'll discover that shit together. Because he didn't know either. He said that Plagueis was killed by his student. He's the motherfucking student that killed him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he told him because with the Sith, they play for keeps. It's only a rule of two. It's a master and a student or an apprentice. Yoda told him there's always two, no more, no less. Right? So Anakin is torn between he loved Padme so much that he killed that motherfucker. Yeah, he did that goddamn force choke or what, I forgot what they call it. And she was pregnant and then she delivered prematurely the babies, but she died giving birth to Princess Leia and Luke. And remember when Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi is fighting, that motherfucker is like enraged. I ain't gonna tell you there's a famous DJ priest that that got in a fight with another MC, right? In hip hop, I'm gonna show you something. You getting your ass whipped if you take off your Timberlands and throw it at the person. Yeah. You get it? So Like you just, I mean, like, and what would make you in a fight take your shoes off and throw them at your opponent? Nigga, you really are losing, right? So look
Right.
at Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi. They're fighting. Anakin's getting really, really upset. He's enraged at Obi-Wan Kenobi. And Obi-Wan Kenobi told him, he was like, I got the higher ground. Stop. And that motherfucker Anakin jumped up in the air, did flips and shit, and Obi-Wan Kenobi cut his ass in half right there.
He said, "You underestimate my power."
Yeah. Yeah, right. So I got an Anakin action figure that when you press it, he says, I'm more powerful than all the Jedi. That's Palpatine seducing him. He was like, because he was supposed to be the chosen one. He was like, I'm better. I beat everybody ass, right?
Ego.
He's like, yeah.
That was his ego.
Yeah, yeah.
Right,
that's how you get to that's how you remember the opposite. It's a trick in there. I love watching what George Lucas say, but if you understand magic, then Star Wars it plays out easy. The Sith is extreme, right? The Sith is very extreme. The opposite of a Sith is not a Jedi. The Jedi deals with they're striving for balance in the Force. Remember, there's two sides to the Force. There's Ashla and there's Bogon. Light side and the dark side. The Sith said, I'm the dark side. Right? Yeah. Remember, even there was a lie that Palpatine told Anakin. He said that Darth Plagueis had mastered both sides of the Force. How could he master both sides of the Force and be a Sith? A Sith only deals with the dark. It was a lie.
Yeah.
He was using that to entice him.
Yeah, because Siths deal with absolutes.
Absolutes, which means an imbalance. It's an extreme. The Force itself is light and dark. The Sith sees the light side of the Force is weak. Like there's certain things they won't do, right? Like the Sith, he said you got to take power. I remember the God that put me on the Star Wars. I wasn't a fan of Star Wars like that, but I was definitely studying magic, so it was easy for me to understand it. Yeah, but I would tell him, he would be like, he's a Sith, or he would be a great Jedi, and I would be like, yeah, the Sith is the female of the Force. He was like, what? I was like, they the female of the Force. He was like, how you see that? I was like, look at the Sith code. It's all emotion. Anger is an emotion. But look at the Jedi code. The Jedi is about balance. There is no fear. There's only peace. They're trying to be one with God, but it's a striving. It's not perfect because it's a struggle. It's easy to be extreme, but to be balanced, that's different.
And that goes back to what I said earlier about left brain versus right brain. Because the left brain is logic, no emotion. The right brain is emotion, love, all that. And you want that balance.
Yeah, everything, we say it so casually, but everything, the great turmoil that we have in the world is imbalance. I quote Manly a lot. Manly said there's no such thing as evil. All evil is the right thing in the wrong place or perverted. We pervert things. Think about whatever you think is synthetic. There's nothing that's here that's not actually, in essence, organically natural. It's just when you put things together or take them outside of its proper boundaries in nature, then you begin to pervert it. Right? Yeah. And you can find that in everything, science and religion. And you can call it religion or theology. At one time it was one. Then they divorced it from each other, right? So then you have science and religion separate. Right. And that's the way they keep it, so there's a disconnect. And so it's the imbalance of everything. Everything we do, these are extremes. This is what the East looks at us on. They're more of balance. Like you like, damn, why would the Egyptians trying to get these iPhones, right? They chose to go inward. Man is still searching for his first fact. He's always adjusting. He's always adjusting from I think I like quoted the RZA when he said, can you imagine from one single idea everything you see appeared here? That's true. The one is diversified, right? The one is diversified. So if you look at everything, if you look at what we talk about with hip hop, what do we say? What was the big complaint about hip hop before, it got to where it is now? Oh, it's good, but it's not that we can't have gangster rap or we can't have this other, but we just need more balance.
Yeah. Yeah.
You will always find that. This is what it is in nature. And it's called up under different names, but it's simply balance, equality. And equality isn't one for you, one for me. To know the true quality of something, you have to know what that thing is to be able to give it what it needs. It's like when you see a seesaw and you have the fulcrum, being able to place that fulcrum where it properly goes to be able to do work is mastery, right? And so everything is balanced. And I could tell you there's nothing, unless it's a lie, distorted. And what I mean by lie, anything on the internet, any information, when you see it very extreme and loud, it's imbalanced. Right?
Yes.
We get the first couple of years or couple of like a decade or so for everybody to figure out like they want to know something, and then it has to balance out, because by now with all of this spectacular shit that everybody taught, we should have been able to resolve a whole lot of shit, cure hunger, cancer, all this shit. Everybody always got the most spectacular shit to get that clickbait, right? But it's just selling the same thing.
It's selling the extreme. It's selling the absolute. Going too far to one direction creates a culture in that direction. Just like the carnivore diet. Some people will argue for it, but like the carnivore diet is too extreme, at least from my point of view. You need some vegetables. You need some fruit. You need some sugar. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just eat steak all day. And you know what I mean? That to me, that's like the Sith.
Right. It's extreme. That's and notice that absolutely, AD, because guess what? If you look at things in the matter of, I think the Bible says, into all things not too much. Somewhere I heard that, like it's to be balanced, right? To weigh it, like that's mastery. Because what causes us to want to be like extreme? Imagine trying to walk around and be very balanced in this world. The ego may say, man, I need to, but them new Jordans though, right? I don't know how many motherfucking pair of Jordans. I don't know how many pair of Jordans I got, but I look at them motherfuckers like, what was you thinking? Like, I don't even wear that shit, right? But it was popping, right? Like the hammer pants, right? Right? Well, they said it takes about 70 years to truly start living. But when you can remove that, it would be almost like God when you write, like I'll be asking you like, hey man, like you hear did you hear this song or that song? You may have heard it, but you really be in your own world. Like it doesn't really, you do what you do. And that adds to the balance of all of it, right? But some people be like, man, such and such is on this, so why you should be doing a song like this, or you should be doing that. No, right? It's the balance of it all, right? But in this world, value, extreme. Because if you don't get these certain things, then there's a part of you starting to feel like less. And I can detect it. So motherfuckers will travel very far. You ever seen the MC or the so-called rapper that is unbothered, like they was not born of a mother? Like that front. I was like, damn, nigga, I know you ain't that hard. I saw you at Walmart. You can't be that hard. You don't got no security with you. I saw you at Target. Right? Or, or to live in this country and to really think you make it move like that. No. So it's the game, right? So it's played out in the movies.
Did you see it also in Karate Kid, like with Mr. Miyagi and
yes.
Cobra Kai? Cobra Kai was
Yes.
like the Sith.
Yes. Yes. And you notice that Daniel wanted to pop a little bit. He was like, yo, man, you teaching me and shit. These motherfuckers playing with me. I want to go out here. And he was like, nah. He's like, but you ain't really showing me shit. And that's when he's showing them all that motherfucking waxing you was doing. But he was conservative. What we would call conservative, right? But when it was time to do what needed to be done, he had everything he needed. Right?
Yeah.
He had everything he needed. I view that like another level of balance. One of the most balanced MCs is like KRS-One. He's one of my favorites, next to Priest. If you study KRS-One, I like to take the Big Daddy Kane battle, the verses that they had. I when I met Priest for the first time, he was touring with Big Daddy Kane. But let me say something. I love Kane. Know that he cannot fuck with KRS-One. Those who really do it know. And it was agreed on that how far that verses could go. And how you'll know is this. They was going back and forth. Kane didn't have enough songs with KRS-One. Easy. They complained that KRS-One was out of breath. No, he wasn't. He toured more than anybody. It wasn't that. He was showing the power of what he do by letting motherfuckers recite his music. That's one. That's one. The second part of it was he did a freestyle. He did a freestyle. If you go and if you can find find out what Chuck D said. Chuck D said, I don't know if y'all missed something, but KRS-One just showed y'all who is probably the best. Like you would miss it because it was so simplistically done. And he looked at Big Daddy Kane like, yeah, like, I promised you I wasn't gonna go this hard on you, so I won't do that. Because it was supposed to be Kane and Rakim. It was supposed to be Kane and Rakim. Big Daddy Kane, no. Big Daddy Kane was surprised that it went that goddamn way. I promise you. And everybody who would have thought something different is because they don't really probably care for KRS-One they know him, right? But he know.
Yeah, he don't do no shows like that.
Yeah, he even said in an interview with Kane wanted to do like this back and forth, like they do like an album where they got at each other, and KRS was like, yo, Kane, like, are you serious? Like, we friends and all that, but I really don't play like that. So if we do that on a record, I'm really gonna go all the way there, or we won't do it. Yeah, but for the verses, it was just showmanship. It was about just entertaining the fans. But KRS-One, I watched him after it, and I heard some of the views that say like Kane won, but I'm gonna tell you, the real motherfucking lion, he was unbothered by that shit. Like Big Daddy Kane, no. What y'all want to have a real battle? It'll be different, right? And so it's something that KRS-One do all the time. But I'm saying something with that. You won't see him with a bunch of jewelry on, a bunch of this, that. It ain't that he ain't got money. It's what it's gonna look like later on. When you look back at all of his videos and all this thing, you won't be able to see it dated like that because he's striving to be balanced with it. So when Centurion out, he might wear little Air Force Ones. I study him like that. Make a little something, a little vintage stuff, but you can't tell what era it's from because he's not trying to be in what's right now. He's trying to keep it very much in the middle. And that is mastery or striving for mastery, That's why I was a priest will play something for me. I heard something the other day that I never heard, and I couldn't believe he had wrote that shit during COVID. As mastery. But see, you gotta also not be affected by what's going on the outside to be able to deliver like that. That's not. It's a nice idea. People's like, I just want to be an artist and just give, but you're going to be influenced by certain things. But when you can find balance, I'm trying to think of other people, AD, that would be like that. But that is the true. Uh, that's really what it is. No
Jedi,
matter
the
what we
Jedi.
talk
Yep.
about. When
Yep,
you
the
hear
Jedi.
Mitch always talk about practical magic, he
Mm-hmm.
just means the balance. The
Mm-hmm.
ancient one, Doctor Strange. That whole story is it right there. Doctor Strange. Remember when it comes on, he's arrogant. He's a great doctor. He fucks his hands up. He can no longer do that. He goes everywhere. He finally makes it to that temple where the ancient one is. And they're having that back and forth. And she says to him, she's like, so let me get this right. You came all the way here. You can see, you know, you've been through the arts, through the sciences, you've been trying to look through the possibilities of man through a keyhole. Now I can show you and expand that, and now you reject it. Because remember, he asked her about. She showed him a picture of like the chakras. He was like, "Oh, here we go. That pseudo shit." And he was like, "What?" She was laughing. She's like, "Why? What was
Yep.
wrong with that?" She was like, "Why? What's wrong with that?" He was like, "Oh, nothing. If you can get some shit like that in a thrift shop or something like that." Now look at this part. Then she took him there on the scientific of what he thinks science is. She said, "When you are doing a operation or you're repairing something," I think she says, and she says, "Is it you that repairs the wound, or is it the cells?" He says, "It's the cells." See? She was like,
Mm-hmm.
right. That's what I do. She didn't say stop being something. She said, I readjust people. I give them the idea that they can heal themselves, basically, the mind. All is mind. And he doubting Thomas, right? And
Yep.
once she pushed his ass and knocked his astral body out of him, remember? And he came
Yes,
back
right.
and then he bowed down and said, "Teach me." And she was like, "Get the fuck out of here." And the class was dismissed. He was seducing him too. Mordor, I think that's how you say his name. The the her counterpart. He was I ain't gonna say he was Anakin, but remember, everybody had a story why they came to her. His was his family, the guy who stole the page out of the book. He was mad because his family had died. He wanted to try to get his family back, remember, from the dead, something like that. And then when he was he had told them, yo, the ancient one ain't really what she says she is. She deals with the negative side of the universe too. She ain't better eyes. She was like, yeah, it's all the same. It's just what you do with it. That's magic. It's not good and bad. It's the motive behind it.
That
Right?
goes exactly back to what you talked about, to how a true Sith or a true Jedi knows both sides. You got to know both sides.
Yes. The Sith doesn't. The Sith don't even care about the other side.
Right.
He don't care because he gonna kill off anybody on the light side anyway, or get you seduced. But the Jedi has a very hard job. They have to be balanced, and they are there to serve, and at the same time, they got to take a lot of shit.
The Sith can
And
also be known as an extremist.
very extreme. They're one side of the pole.
Yeah, and we can look into modern day politics and to religion and point out who the extremists are.
Yes, on both sides, right?
On both
or whatever we
sides.
call both sides, right? That's not really reality, right? It's not.
The
I mean,
Matrix.
I don't even know if right. It is the Matrix. I don't even think we really want that. Like, motherfuckers is just entertaining. This is a dream world, if you will, right? Like, no one really wants to deal with that shit. Like, to have to wake up and be like, yeah, I'm just gonna deal with everything on this really uh woke. I mean, that means if you got a girlfriend, that's a whole hurdle you got to get through right there, because you want to be this pious Jesus sort. She gonna be like, yeah, but when we going shopping? So you see, like, So you have to stay in line a certain way. You can be an enlightened person from your mama's basement, maybe. Nothing's required of you. You know, um, that is sort of the same thing. It's something, unless you just don't care, right? If you be like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. That's why you when you saw the Ancient One, you saw them living an ascetic life, right? She
Yeah.
was tired though. She was like, yeah, I want you to come take this shit because I've done it. Because she was keeping everything, those portals, and guarding those portals. But remember, her counterpart was mad. He didn't really get it. He was like, so you be using this other side? In a circuit, you have a positive and negative. There's no electrical circuit that doesn't have a plus and a minus.
Yeah.
In order for that circuit to be complete, this is what it is. He was naive, and so he began to tell himself a story like, yo, you ain't who you say you was, and I've been rocking with you. And now he became the op, right?
Yeah.
And she was like, remember when he came to her after they got rid of Dr. Strange? He was like something about like he was healed or he was great. She was like, we don't get rid of our demons. We just learn to live above them.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you were to get rid of them, like energy,
Nice.
where are you putting it? Where actually are you going to put together?
Wow.
The devil can only be transmuted. Energy is only transmuted. It is an adjustment. If you ever study Manly P. Hall, wanted to make sure I mention this, AD. If you, the Jordan Maxwells and all of that, if you really want to see the origin of that, you ain't got to go through 1,000 books to see it. You can go to the Philosophy of Astrology by Manly P. Hall. That's all the astro-theology you will need. It's the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
I would get that book, but
That on the list, AD.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. The concept of what she was saying was like, you cannot have that. You can't have one side of that. Remember, Doctor Strange represented science. He wasn't really with that spiritual shit.
Yeah.
Right.
And then he had to be shown. But others who had bought in and they had seen the great works was like, basically like, now what? That's like Cypher, right? Like, now what? Okay, now I don't clean myself up, but the world is dirty. I'm alone.
Mm-hmm.
And so they go against that thing.
It's it's kind of dangerous too, because there's two balances being taught. Because one would say that if you find the right girl, she becomes your balance. If you're someone that's like very much one way, the woman is meant ideally to be one that balances you out. You know what I mean? Eve was supposed to be to even out Adam. So so there's that one perspective there to where the woman balances the man. Together they have a marriage and together they have a child. You know what I mean? There's that balance. But we also see in movies to where, no, if you got the wrong girlfriend, she becomes your imbalance. If you're with the wrong female, now you're imbalanced because your balance was supposed to be you solo, working on your dream, working on your empire, building up your income. You know what I mean? Being the man. Kevin Samuels, a lot of the stuff that Kevin Samuels taught us.
You like Kevin Samuels?
Oh, hell yeah. Shout out to, rest in peace. But Kevin Samuels was kind of teaching you, hey, until you get your act together and become a high value man, you don't want to be imbalanced by these wrong females. And that's kind of, but the scary thing is on Star Wars, Padme kind of didn't look like a wrong female. She looked like she could be someone. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you're right, and I guess Priest is allowing me to say, kind of get out of the fairy tale for a minute. I hope I don't empower you with this, AD. AD, the woman is actually your motherfucking problem. She is the problem. It's not finding the right one.
I know.
She is the eternal adversary, and this is why she's symbolic of matter. Matter is very restrictive. Remember, spirit is free, what we call spirit or mind. But when it
Matter.
when it begins to entangle itself in matter, it slows down. We have these great thoughts, ideas, make it manifest, and now we're dealing with something else. It's great in the mind, right?
Mhm.
And that's what the matrix is. I said another word for the matrix is mother
Yeah.
and Mary, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Going
and
in,
Maya,
going in, going
and
in.
Maya,
Mhm.
and Maya, and you know what Maya is in the Vedic and all the Hindu scriptures, right?
Illusion.
It's the fucking illusion.
Mhm.
Padme is a Buddhist term. You can look that up. I forgot what it means. I have one of my theosophical glossaries here. But Padme, it's a lot of Buddhism in Star Wars, but that's also where the balance is. Buddhism is dealing with balance. Islam is Buddhism is the middle way.
Mhm.
Islam is the straight way. It is to seek balance, right?
Right.
Woman properly in tune is what's right. But in this world, where do you find that at, right?
It's hard to find with all these OnlyFans going on.
Right. But before there was OnlyFans, you know, I got some old James Brown records when they was saying "Shake Your Money Maker." They ain't had no internet then.
Yeah.
This has always been because I was following. I'm heavily influenced by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the teachings, but people take those things on face value. One of the reasons why you see the woman covered up, you'll see a Muslim woman and she's in 3/4, and it's everybody may think like, oh, so no one's looking at their woman, but also if she's corrupt, right? If the woman is corrupt, nothing good can come through her, right? You can't build heaven here on earth if she's corrupt. You can look around now and look at things, right? In the age of Aquarius on KRS-One's I Got Next album, at the end he gives a whole he has a whole song on astrology and what you're supposed to see. He said you're gonna see a mix of masculinity with femininity. So what you're seeing now is this fight going on until there can be balance. This is what's supposed to happen, right? Like the woman, she feel like she's freeing herself, and the man is you know, we always getting the short end of the stick. It's been like that for a while, but it's actually sort of changing. I'll say this: it might not be popular. I follow Diddy, Puff Daddy's trial, right? And I just like to look at things, right, prospectively. It's not a question of did Diddy do anything wrong? I'm not really looking at that. The question is Cassie innocent? See, it changes it.
Yeah.
You know, it changes it, right? Because in order for there to be any truth or rehabilitation, you cannot look at Diddy as a monster and then say, man, but Cassie, she's so innocent. I don't think that's not true.
Gotcha.
And we can say, well, she was made like that. Well, Diddy was made like that. If you're going to look at Diddy, you must study his mother. Okay? And you can take it back to Padme and Anakin. Padme knew what the Jedi code was. She knew about the Jedis before Anakin knew anything about that. She knows having a lie. They got married in secret. Right? And so you have all of these things happening, and the question is not to demote the woman. It is like we cannot have an honest conversation until everybody can be honest, I guess, right?
Yeah.
And so they said if we all would confess our sins, we would all laugh from a lack of originality. See, it always get back to some basic stuff, right?
Yeah.
But she's viewed a certain way. But all throughout the scriptures, they speak to this, but it's symbolic, right? Of you'll see it as matter.
But it also, like in the Matrix, it shows also it's a path. You have to choose your path. It's not like there's only one way. Because if every guy became so balanced and spiritual that he denied every woman and found his spiritual self, the planet would die and there'd be no offspring. So the path has to also exist to one finds the right one. They get married.
Where do you think this right one's going to come from? She's going, out the sky. Like where is she lurking?
Nowadays, yes, it's a challenge nowadays. But the idea is, if you were to find one that existed to be on the right path, and you actually fell quote unquote in love, then it would be allowed under God for you to have a kid and all that. So, but that would be the path that you would have to choose. So it looks like you can't do both. You can either go spiritual and go one with yourself, or be lucky enough to find someone else on that same spiritual path that you could link up. Do you know what I mean? And that's what the biggest challenge is today. But ideally, you would have to choose your path, because, you know, once you link up and you go one quote unquote distracted, then you're going against to what Yoda was saying. That was like, you know, you must disconnect from all that you choose to lose. You know what I mean? You have to. He's basically saying, remove all of your connections, all of your stuff that you are attached to. You must be detached.
Right. That is the least distraction that you can start with. But check this out. If you were to do that, I don't think you can get around. If you're one trying to get to three, let's say three is this holy place, but you got to go through two, right? There's no way to get around two. You can't get around two. You must go through two to get to three. So the woman is two.
Yeah.
She is, if you, and so you'll be on your mission as one until you meet with the two, and the two will be like a distraction. And you'll be like, damn, I'm dealing with the two. I was supposed to be doing something. What was it? Now you forgetting. Now you're going to sleep. And remember, just like there are most spiritual temples are feminine in nature, they're named feminine after women. That is because these are physical structures that the houses of God are tend to be feminine. So look at this. In the Masonic Lodge, a moniker of a Mason is a traveling man, right? He's traveling, he's learning, but at time he must stop and get rest. And they stop, and you know, you've been on the highway driving, you see lodging 5 miles ahead, right? A lodge is a temporary resting place. You go in to the hotel, you get restoration. And then the next day, you're supposed to get back up and get back to your travels. But if you stay too long, that lodge becomes a tomb. And you die, and it takes you off the mission, right, of getting to the three. This is one of the, in concept, it's one of the great problems that must be resolved. You cannot go around it. The great Arcana says that if you try to avoid the struggle, you won't have the experience. You'll be like the prodigal son. The difference between the prodigal son who left his father's house, there were others that stayed, that didn't leave out and went and suffered like the prodigal son. They call them the angels. They say the angels don't have experience. The great celebration that took place when the prodigal son left and came back was, he said, look, the father said, look, my son who was once lost is now found. Let's celebrate. Get out the fatted calf and let's celebrate. Because when you go from the darkness into the light, or from the light into the darkness back into the light, you are truly doing it. You truly get it. And you can't get that way without going through that too. Going through that hell without going through matter. You can't get around it. It's not ethereal, right? So I wouldn't tell you like the right woman, hey, they right till they not.
So the traveling man is almost like the man that goes, he has a girl, she becomes his baby mama. You know what I'm saying? He's got a baby mama, but he moves on. So he left that lodge.
Does he really? If he got a baby mom, you don't quite get, you might not get to leave, because you might go like, I got to kind of keep an eye on my child. So I got to make sure she's good. So you're locked in. What if it could be a job. Like you can't really get to, you know what you can't say on the internet, right? And you know, you'd be like, well, that wouldn't have nothing to do with my day job. Just do it. Say it. You know what I'm saying? So we have certain things that are obstructions.
Yeah.
They say that what they say that the obstacle is the path. A woman will nurse you back to health so that she can kill you.
Mm.
And I don't mean that to just say the woman. I'm saying that's her job. She is a check and a balance. Without her, you don't have restriction. You don't know what you are. Look at it again. Matter, spirit. Look at Bruce Wayne going and trying to be like he gonna be Batman. He gonna be this motherfucking hero, right? And then when the Joker said, "Oh yeah, you gonna be this? You the man, right? Yeah, I'm the man. I just want to do it." And he gave him the address to go save Harvey, which in principle is what he should have did, right? Because Harvey was the symbol of the city of strength. What did he want to do? He's like, "Now I'm gonna send the cops to go get him, and I'm gonna go get Rachel." Well, motherfucker, which one are you? Are you Bruce Wayne? Or are you Batman? See, now emotions involved.
That takes you right back to the Matrix and the architect going to go save Trinity.
Yes.
It's the same story.
Yes. I got 1,000 other shows I could tell you that it repeats it. Me and Priest, I love the bill on Superman. What the hell was he thinking? Dealing with Lois Lane. He gave up all his powers to marry Lois Lane. And she ain't even want him. She wanted Superman.
Wow.
I mean, it's all there. So I would tell you this. You just ain't been tricked maybe yet, 80. 80.
Well,
if all it takes is the right one.
Can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah, sure.
There's a quick story. I'll make it as fast as possible. Back in 2013, Priest and I were working. We were doing our studio stuff. We're doing everything. I meet this girl, right? Cute.
Yeah.
Same sign, everything. We move in together. We're together for 3 years. Things happen, gets crazy, jealousy, whoop, whoop. I escape. We break up. I moved into the place I'm at now. That's 2018. I'm here now. I feel like I escaped. Priest knows what's up. I was like, yo, I got out of this relationship. You know, it almost got too deep. You know what I'm saying? Luckily, I never got her pregnant. It worked out. But when I came back, I felt like I've been to hell and back. I'm glad I experienced that. It felt like I was playing house or married for a little bit. Because when you move in with a girl, it's like, oh, you're basically married. It feels weird.
Right.
Anyway, I escaped. I came back. Me and Priest put the podcast together. I got everything set up now. And now I feel like top of the world. And I feel like I stayed at a lodge and left the lodge. Now, I have no regrets. I'm glad I experienced that lodge. I am glad that I experienced what it was like to date her for, 3 or whatever years. It was crazy. I learned a lot of lessons about myself. But man, do I feel free now? Because I feel like I had to go through that first to get the enlightenment that I feel now. Now I feel super powerful. I'm ready to move on projects. I am so focused.
Yeah.
But what I have had this focus now, if I didn't go through I don't want to call it hell because there was some good parts to it too.
You actually should call it hell. Hell is for purification. Right? I think it's hell. I think that you're dealing exactly with what it is. So, AD, you're the perfect candidate for the next time they come up. It's around. You get a break. It's an ebb and a flow, right? In life. So if it kept its foot on your neck the whole time, none of us would make it. You get reprieve. But I can promise you something. I've listened to many podcasts. And right now, that eternal adversary, we call her a woman, is out there and she's studying and she's listening to you. And she gonna come one night when you sitting up in one of them restaurants eating by yourself or at the bar, at the movies, and
strange woman.
You gonna get your Trinity, you gonna get your Padme, because your Lucy to Ricky, you gonna get it because it is the way of it. To not have that is you can't get around it. That's the point. And I want to make sure I tell you this. You can use those terms, but really know that when you say the right one, They all the right one until the magic trick. That's the magic trick right there.
Because
right?
when I was with her, I realized you don't know what you have until you lost it. And what I saw that I lost my freedom. I lost my ability to work with Priest. Me and Priest weren't doing any we weren't doing nothing. I wasn't doing any music. My piano, my keyboard was in the closet. I wasn't doing nothing, but we were going to restaurants and movies and Disneyland and doing all this stuff.
Fun.
Yeah, just doing all this, like, it felt like I was married, and it was nice. It was cool. We had fun, you know, lots of sex, you know how it goes, you know what I mean? And your mind's just like, man, I'm well fed, and I'm getting all my, my lust is taken care of, and I'm just kicking back, but I'm not following my dream anymore.
Yeah,
I'm not creating anything.
You're not following your dream. You in the dream.
I'm in the dream. Exactly. I was in Maya.
You ever seen the movie Inception?
Yes. Ooh.
Well, let me segue into to give you this. All right, so you said you wasn't doing, man, that was a good one, man. That's it, right? That's exactly what it is. The thing is, it is the sleep is also believing that you have somehow got free. It wants a good fight. It wants an opponent. So it doesn't want you weak. So it's like, I'm gonna let AD go and get his strength up and feel like he's free again, so that the fight is good the next time I come around. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't. If you are stronger than her, if she's stronger than you, let me just say it like this: it's a saying. If she's stronger than you, she's gonna stun you. She'll treat you like you're her child. It's called cultivate. You won't even know it. If you're stronger than her, she'll lie on you. And what the lie on you means is she must be the victim. In order to be the victim, you got to have an opposition, right? So if the truth is we just broke up and blah, 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 it doesn't really go that way. She has to be the victim and in the damsel in distress, right?
Yeah.
So then you got to be the victimizer, right? I'll go back again. It's not that Diddy is innocent. The question is Cassie. There's much to say that Cassie is not, but people can't face that because most people can't. You can't really truly see a woman until you can see your mother. When you can see your mother and see her and realize she is also a woman or was a woman, then you're getting close to it. Don't let that song on Heavy Metal fool you about the was it Never Earthquakes When I'm Home from Work Late? Damn, I miss your birthday. I love you. Yeah. I don't know. Priest was in the dream too. Huh?
I said AD had played that live when we did Rock the Bells.
Really?
I couldn't find an instrumental, so AD had you're talking about Wisdom. Yeah.
Yeah, Wisdom. But I always tell people, if you're listening, they're always thinking you're just talking about a female when actually he's talking about knowledge also. It's parallel. But I wanted to show you something. In the movie Inception, right?
Yeah.
DiCaprio, his name is Cobb, which is short for Kabbalah. Right? He said, it comes on and it says, what is the most contagious thing in the world? Or they said what? An idea. And that's magic. I'll explain that at another time. But he said there's 3 levels to a dream, just like that's Christopher Nolan. So in the movie Prestige, he said there are 3 parts to a magic trick. Well, the magic trick and the dream is the same. That dream is the Matrix in Inception. There are 3 parts to it. Look at it. He had a team of people they could go into people's dreams and kind of adjust what their decisions, right? And so what ended up happening was his wife, Mallory, was also one of his teammates, and he kind of introduced us to the dream. The dream world is very elusive. What the dream world actually is what we call the Matrix or this world. You don't know if you're really dreaming or if you're, is it a dream or is it reality? That's the question, right? That's why they had to always have those they call them totems. Remember, they would take the totems with them, and you could tell if you were in a dream or not. You would spin it, and if it kept spinning, you were dreaming, right?
Yeah.
This is in the movie Inception. But in the movie Inception, he was struggling. He had a demon. The demon was Remember, think of Anakin, think of all Neo. His wife kept like haunting him, right? He felt guilty that he had introduced her to this stuff that's basically like so elusive. The dream world is like crack. Remember, there was a part. I don't know if you could bring up 80. There's a part. It's if you type in Inception and they come here to wake up. It's a clip where in the movie there's some guys in a basement. There's all these people go to a basement and they're sleeping, and Cobb goes in there and he's looking around like, damn, it's like a sleep therapy. And the man who's like running it says, no, they come here to wake up. Watch it, listen to it very closely what I'm saying. He said they come here to wake up. Now, when we are looking at it, they are sleeping because they're saying that the world we live in is really the dream world. And when you go to sleep, you wake up.
Mm-hmm.
That's Gnosticism, right?
Yeah.
So he says basically, they come here to wake up and not you or anyone else have a right to judge them. But his wife, Cobb's wife, had gotten lost in it. She went to the third level of the dream and she couldn't tell what was real and what was not. And so remember, there's a point in the dream in one of the scenes where she's on a ledge and she's talking to him and she's like, yo, let's just go ahead, let's jump off this ledge and we'll wake up and we'll be with our kids, because they keep going back and forth showing Cobb trying to get back to his kids. All you see is their backs playing in the grass because he's trying to get back out of a dream.
Mm-hmm.
And he tells her, he's like, listen, that shit is not true. Right now, if you jump out that window, you're going to die. And she doesn't believe him and she dies, right? The dream world. So Mal, she calls him, is Malkuth.
Mm-hmm.
Malkuth is Kabbalistic. It is matter. When you look at the Kabbalah tree, you'll see that. So they're calling, he's Cobb and she's Mal, and it's elusive.
Mm.
And so when I say women, I'm saying that she is the eternal adversary as in principle. It's a principle, not just because she's a woman, right?
Right.
But it's very restrictive.
We still love the ladies. We still love the women.
You can't get around it. The only thing you'll see now is the perversion of that principle,
right,
to kind of disorient you, right? You can see it because we've already got the truth, right?
Mm-hmm.
You look at Bruce Wayne. The Joker said, "Hey, I helped you to do right. You thought you was going to get Rachel, but I had you to go get Harvey. Look at me, helping you to be right, right? Because Bruce was gonna back down and he was gonna go get Rachel, which would have been the wrong thing, right? He would have been dealing with his emotions, right?
Mm-hmm.
His feelings, and he was supposed to be about principle. Same way with Neo. Neo was not there to fall in. He can fall in love with Trinity, and it's cool, all until it start coming in contact with his mission, which is to save Zion.
Yeah.
And he almost fucked Zion up because he was like, I can do both. I can save Zion and save Trinity. No, that's not in the order of things.
Yeah, to save Zion would have been left brain and technically right brain because it's humanity.
Right.
Priest will be right back, by the way.
Yeah. But you got to have that challenge. They're telling you like to believe. So I would tell you, AD, that it wants you to get relaxed and get sleep. Like, man, because one thing you do know is what you don't want. And guess what? That's exactly how it's going to get you, because it's not going to come like anything you don't want.
Yeah, because you know what's crazy? It's going to sound weird. After I finally escaped her and I was home, just me and my cat, I fell in love. But I didn't fall in love with her. I fell in love with life. I fell in love with music again. I fell in love with God. I fell in love with waking up to my own freedom.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that love. Like I said, I didn't know what I had until I lost it. And I lost it when I got with her. And like I said, I don't regret being with her and experiencing her. But I'm glad I went through that, because once I finally escaped, I always call it escape, And I got to this apartment. I felt like, man, I feel alive now. I got no restrictions. No one's yelling at me. I can cut the food the way I want to cut the food. It got crazy.
Yeah.
It got crazy. She would yell at me in the kitchen. She's Latina. And it was fun. Them Latina girls are wild.
I got one of those too, AD. Yeah,
I enjoyed it. I loved it. But man, this one was I thought she was a hot tamale. She ended up being a habanero. But anyway, it was great. But I escaped it, luckily, with no scars. I did get scratched a little bit. But the point is that I'm glad I went through that, but I felt like I had to. I had to go through that to learn what I have now and appreciate what I have now too. And I can feel now, because one of my favorite movies is The Fifth Element. And you know about The Fifth Element, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like,
yes.
And you know about the 5 elements, you know, there's water, there's earth,
Fire,
there's air,
water,
fire,
earth, and ether.
But the 5th one is ether. Now the 5th one is also, ether can be considered quote unquote love, because it's a high, one of the highest frequency. And when you see the end of that movie, he has to say, I love you to her, not to give it away, but you everybody should know the 5th element. But now it looks like, oh, so the whole point of life is love, and, you know, to fall in love, and that he needed her to have that, that love frequency. Yeah. But what guys got to know is that you can have that frequency with a woman, you can have it with life, you can have it with music. There's some songs I put on my head that have me feeling a certain way that is ethereal. Yeah. You know? So it's like, it's the frequency of love that we have to keep in mind. It's not, love does not just mean, you know, you and some other girl. It's a frequency that you can get to. And that's one of the points of meditation that you can get to. It's that high frequency 5th element, which I think is the ultimate goal. Which one of the reasons why we always look to, you know, the females is because, man, it's so easy to fall in love with a, you know, with
so
a
you
10.
saying like there's like self-love, right?
Right.
First and
to life, to you know what I mean? For your family, for your children, all of that has a high frequency of love. And that's a frequency you should be looking to experience and, you know, project on your own.
Right.
At the same time, appreciate it and receive it, but you want to become someone that's able to project that high frequency 5th element, not just be someone that's constantly looking for it somewhere else. And then that's why a lot of marriages happen really soon, really early. You know, it's like the high school sweethearts. Do you know what I mean?
You're actually saying it right. You ever seen Bugs Bunny with the witch, where she's trying to get Bugs Bunny fattened up before she cooks him?
Oh my God.
You ever seen that?
Yeah, I'm pulling it on screen right here.
Yeah, that's you.
Oh my God.
So all of that feeling and free, and everything you're saying is true, but that's the plan. You can't be a champion without an opponent, right? You know what I'm saying? So look at this. I'll show it to you like this. If you ever seen, you like, what movie did you just say you liked? Fifth Element. Yeah. What you should be really into is Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Have you seen that?
No. Eternal Sunshine of the... Oh, you putting me on.
AD. The reason why you ain't seen it is because they are keeping you from it, Truman. They don't want you to see that, because if you see that, you're going to find out that you went back to sleep and a woman ain't you. You already sleep, AD, because you actually think you figured it out. AD, look, and what you're saying is actually true. You're not off, but that's what gets you comfortable. You be like, shit, I know what's in that door. Yep.
I ain't walking through that door again.
Yeah. Eternal Sunshine is about, it's our man, what's his name? From In Living Color.
Jim Carrey, right?
Jim Carrey, right? Jim Carrey is dating this girl. Her name is Clementine. And
how come I never heard of this movie? I know all Jim Carrey movies.
Because they're keeping you from it, Truman.
What?
They don't want you to hear this, because they're setting you up for the greatest event, the great overwhelming event in your life.
But I feel like I already escaped. I already escaped what would have been
the
Matrix, right?
No. Really? You think?
So you're saying there's more. There's more coming.
It's not. It's not just that it's more. You may be at 3. You're not at 9. Right? But in order to make it interesting, you need to feel like you've won. Right? Like you know, you need to feel like you run. This is what you look like. You're looking like, remember Rocky?
Yeah.
Is it number 2 where he fight Mr. T, Clubber Lang? That's 2, right? I think it was in 2. Yeah. Remember when Rocky had won and he wasn't really training like he was, and Mickey was like, yeah, he's like, you know, he was telling him, he's like, yeah, you that guy will kill you. Clubber Lang, because Clubber Lang was still hungry. He was in the basement working out, sweating. Rocky was taking pictures with the ladies and shit. And Mickey was like, yeah, you fucking up, because he wasn't hungry anymore. He had already achieved it. He said, this guy will kill you. He's a wrecking ball. He'll kill you, Rocky. You know? So one of the powers is to get you comfortable. That's what I told you it was. It was cultivating.
Yeah.
Right? Because first they got to lift you up. They don't keep you down. You got to get lifted up. You got to feel free. Because, you know, that's what keeps the world going around, you know, movement, motion. Right? But I want to tell you about Eternal Sunshine. So they were in love and then they broke up. And it was such a bad breakup that he found this little shop in a strip mall where they could go inside your brain and erase bad memories.
Oh no. That's not a good idea. You need those bad memories.
Right. But he said she was haunting him.
Oh.
So he was like, I don't want to deal with that shit no more. And guess who's also, I think Padme's in the movie.
The girl face.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's why it's called Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, right?
Wow.
You should watch it and you can see what happens with it, right? But the point of it is, you're right. We need that positive, that negative, because that's what keeps this thing going. Well, right? It all has a place.
It taught me to keep my guard up now. Do you know what I mean? Because
they know what your guard is. That's why they're not gonna do that. They're gonna get you like, you don't need that no more.
Yeah, and that's true. Let me tell you something else I learned is that I learned that this is why women like monsters. The females will go for the hardest, toughest dude, not just because he's going to be a good protector and all that. Nah, because that's the biggest challenge. Because they want to tame him. I can fix him. I can tame him.
That's her nature.
I can calm him down. I can soften him up. And then once they got you softened up, you know, they kind of won.
Yeah, they are. Once they soften you up, what's your cat name?
Mojito.
Has he been declawed?
No, that's illegal in California.
Okay. Why is it illegal?
I don't know. In California, I can't declaw him.
Right. But because it renders him, he can't even protect himself. He can't go outside, right? That's the equivalent to what happens. They declaw you. You're no good.
Yeah.
You're no threat.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that's exactly what happens.
In science, if you live with a female, you biologically, your testosterone goes down a little bit.
I believe it. But the universe is feminine.
That's the mother matrix.
Right. We come in here and we really are. What do they tell you? I guess it's like what they used to say when you go to a shrink and they tell you to lay on the couch. What is the first thing they ask you?
Tell us about your childhood.
And they ask you more specific than that. They do. They take you back to
childhood. If it's a man, what's your relationship with your mother?
Usually woman too. It doesn't matter because she's the first teacher.
Yeah.
Right. Those in the usually it's tell me your relationship, because it's those informative years that shapes you. The child is the father of the man, right? Because that whatever's formed in those formative years is the architecture or the blueprint for how you are probably going to be as an adult. So mommy dearest, right?
Right.
That's how it goes. And so if you can corrupt her, The hand that rocks the cradle rules the world.
Yes, I gotta say real
Right.
quick. Someone in the chat just said life's a bitch.
Yeah, and she's yeah, I mean
That's funny though.
yeah, she's and remember something, it's really a principle that we're dealing with. We're dealing
Yeah.
with the receptivity of it all, right?
Yeah.
Like you have to have this. This has always existed. It's always, and it has changed forms. You cannot show me this. So this is what it's the balance too. I was thinking of the movie Thor with Loki, right? So look at the kingdom as being this great life, or like Neo. Loki wanted the kingdom, did he not?
Yeah.
What did Thor want?
Thor wanted just to maintain the Asgard.
Yeah, he didn't, but Thor didn't want to be the king.
Mm.
Loki wanted to be it.
So Loki was technically on that feminine energy.
Yeah, he's very aggressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Odin gave the Asgard to who?
I mean,
He gave it to
Thor.
Why did he give it to Thor?
Because that was his son. Technically, I can go into the details about how Loki was adopted. But yeah,
but there's something key about it.
Thor was like the more masculine, the more strongest.
Something that you actually was keying in on earlier. Thor didn't want the kingdom. He didn't want to be king. That's why he had no agendas. He was better to rule it because he wasn't pulled from anything, right? You see it? You want somebody who's there who doesn't have the agenda. Loki wanted to do some shit with this. He had got the power.
Ooh, the one with the agenda. The one with the agenda was more devious or suspect.
Well, let's just say it wouldn't be for the rulership of what was best for Asgard. Loki would have did what was his dream. You can see it in Lord of the Rings. You've seen Lord of the Rings, right?
Yeah.
You remember when Frodo had the ring and he wanted to give it to Gandalf. Gandalf's like, hell no, I would do great things with it, but it called to me. That thing calls to you and it'll bring that shit out of you. That's why Frodo didn't want to put the ring on. He put that shit around his neck. It'll bring that out of you.
There's a lot.
See it again?
I'm not going to go into it, but there's a lot of stuff in Lord of the Rings that has to do with like Saturn and all that. The rings of Saturn. And when you get married, you put on a ring.
Yeah.
That's a
but
powerful.
Saturn is restrictive, right?
Yeah.
If you look at it, it's restriction. So you have to have that. You have to have these boundaries. This is what keeps this thing that we call life going on. These boundaries allow. That's why when you got out of your relationship, you felt so fucking free because felt like you had been in prison.
Yes. My sleep was so much more clear, and I started having out-of-body experiences. I started astral projecting. When I was sleeping with her, I wasn't getting no astral projections or deep sleep. I wasn't getting.
You was inside her dreams.
Exactly. It was. You know what? I gotta tell you real quick. It's funny. In the middle of the night, she kicked me in the back, and then another night she punched me in the back, and I'm like, "Hey, last night you punched me in the back." She's like, "Oh, sorry. I had a dream that you cheated."
Yep.
I was like, what? You had a dream I cheated and you punched me in the back. And she said she did it unconsciously. She apologized. Right. I'm sorry.
It's always unconsciously. Yeah. The mission is she is the Morpheus to you. She's like, I'm not, it's not personal. This is business.
Man.
Business, right? This is business, and I'm here to do what I came here to do. I'm here to make you better. When you study anything Masonically speaking, and you learn of Hiram, Abiff the Builder, one of the ruffians, they call them ruffians, there were three of them. One of them is uncurbed emotions, and it's symbolic of a woman, uncurbed emotions. But why Hiram he's the master builder, right? But he's dead. He's partially dead. He's in a shallow grave, and that represents us being unconscious, right?
Oh wow.
But guess what? He can be brought back to life, right? But the thing is, he's crucified on the cross of matter. What's the cross of matter? Fire, air, water, and earth. That is the crucifixion,
Yeah.
right?
Well, you teaching me some
And
Masonic stuff right here.
yeah, that's what that is. And so when you come into the planet, into the physical world, that's the cross. That's the four elements:
Yeah.
fire, the air, the water, and the earth. The spirit is crucified on the cross of matter.
Mm.
And you spend a lifetime to try to awaken, right? That's why they tell you, are you asleep in the light? Are you asleep? Are you awake in the dark or asleep in the light?
Mm.
Right? That's like a axiom for if you know, you know, right? Like if you are so called aware of this planet and this plane that we're on, then you're asleep. You're awake in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's dark. You know what I'm saying? You can see, but it's dark. You know what I mean? That's what it is. It's not like this clarity. It's more so understanding that you're here, right? That's
Yeah.
Gnosticism too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, that's you can see this played out in. It seems like humanity. It's the goal of humanity has a right to. They have to be given the opportunity to get this. Now, whether we do anything with it, it can't be said that we didn't know,
Mm.
right? But this is what it is. Woman has always been some. They said that Solomon had 400 concubines. It wasn't that he so-called he had women. It was that it represented the planets.
Mm.
The planets, so many, the material world, right?
Yeah.
The sleep that you're put in. Uh, the balance is not that we're not supposed to have, iPhones or stuff, but it's like the balance of things. Look at the internet. Now we use things like, oh man, it's social media, or it's what this shit has always been
Yeah.
in some form or another. Man has to adjust, like the ancient one said, to learn to live above his demons. You're not going to get rid of them. They are you. They just have to be transmuted. We can't get rid of the feminine principle when that is actually it permeates the universe. That's what that is. But it is to be understood like
Right.
the little bald-headed boy, Hindu, if you will, in the Matrix saying, in the Oracle's department saying, do not try to bend the spoon. It is impossible,
Yeah.
right? Bending the spoon represents that was matter. You like, I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna change her. I don't think you're gonna do that.
Yeah.
Right? He said, but instead try to realize the truth. Then you will realize it is not the spoon that bends, only yourself, right?
Yeah.
That means, translate, you can try to change her. But in truth, when you come to the greater understanding of who and what that is,
Mm-hmm.
it is not that thing that you change your position to it. And by changing your position to it, it actually is not the same. It can no longer be a threat to you. Right?
Yeah.
That's the point. It ain't the right one or whatever. There's a movie that was banned in the United States called The Last Temptation of Jesus Christ. I don't know if you ever heard of that.
No.
Yeah, you should see that. Well, what it's about is in the beginning of the movie, Jesus is on a cross, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then a little angel comes up to him and says, Jesus, yeah, you ain't got to die. You can get out. God doesn't want you to die. Your father doesn't want you to die. Get on down off that cross and just go live your life.
Wow.
And he did. And he got off the cross and he healed his wounds and he went and got married. He had kids. And then his wife, the wife died. And the little angel came up to him again and said, Jesus, she's dead, but it's okay. There's only one woman on the planet, just a different face. Go and find you somebody else. Long story short, so the whole biblical story of Jesus has gone on like he died on the cross, but the real Jesus is walking around, got kids and shit.
Well,
And at the end,
sounds like a happy ending.
yeah, until he gets to the end, he realizes something.
Mm.
He's on the bed dying, right? Just naturally dying from natural causes. And I think Nick, I think it's Nicodemus to come up to him and says, hey, what you doing, dying? He was like, yeah, I'm dying. He was like, no, dummy. He was like, he said, God didn't want me to die on the cross. He was like, that wasn't God. That was the devil.
Oh, wow.
And that motherfucker got out that bed and crawled back to the cross. The reason why I'm telling you that is, look, he told her it's a little innocent little angel, little white little girl comes and says, it's only one woman on the planet, just a different face. Go find you another one. Don't mourn. So he didn't have to, basically the devil said, you ain't got to go through all this hell. You could just chill.
Now, what makes that bad though? I'm playing devil's advocate.
Okay,
No pun intended.
Please do, because I just told you that, and you want to talk about getting to the 3. Let's say the 3 is that ultimate love. You cannot have that love without that hell. They tell you Jesus is love, right?
Yeah.
And they had a cross for his ass.
Mm.
You want that crown, but that crown come with some thorns.
I get that metaphor. I get it.
But no, let's just do it in life. 80, nothing in this world can you just have. Maybe you should have it. Name something that you think you should just be able to have without any type of strife that you have. Even when you talk about the greatness of how you feel now, that came from some hell.
Yeah.
You didn't even realize what it was. You ever seen Vampires in Brooklyn?
No.
Vampire in Brooklyn, Eddie Murphy. Well, okay, there's a scene where Eddie Murphy he's the vampire, but he became like this preacher, and he was outside preaching. He was saying evil is necessary. You should be able to find that one. You can probably find that clip. Evil is necessary, and he was saying that you got to have evil. And why do you have to have evil? He said, if every day is a sunny day, then what really is a sunny day?
Right. We got nighttime. We got thunderstorms. It's raining outside right now.
So how are you wanting to have sunlight all the time? What really would that be? You must have that ebb and that flow. Again, that balance.
Get that balance.
Right. And if you don't have that, you don't even know what that is. We don't even want that. That's why you see people now. We have things now that people dreamed of 40 years ago or 10 years ago of having. It's nothing to us now. And motherfuckers are still very unhappy.
But so doesn't that make the devil necessary? In which case that makes women necessary. In which case it makes hell necessary.
And you will find nothing what I said that women are not necessary. They are necessary.
Yeah, 100%.
But I was like, but the game is, this is a game. And you must play it with everything you can't take it too seriously.
We have to know there is no spoon.
Everything you have.
We have to know that there is no spoon the whole way through.
Yes, but let me tell you this: going out and declaring that there's no spoon, it reminds me of the man who broke into the zoo, and because he had found enlightenment, and he broke into the zoo at night, and he got into a lion's den. He got into the lion's cave. He broke in, and then he said, "There is no lion," and the lion looked at him and said, "There is no more man." Right?
That's good.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that's really what I'm telling you. That's the balance is it. When we say that matter is an illusion, we're not saying for our reality is not there. It's how we approach it, how we perceive it. Right. A lot of things are just overrated, and they sell that to us over and over. Just like when they tell you a beautiful woman, what's the saying about a beautiful woman? Hey, no matter how beautiful she is, there's probably somebody home that's tired of her shit.
Yes.
All of it becomes routine. Look at Halle Berry.
Yep.
Motherfuckers didn't seem to be too like, Holly, like, yeah. Look at the guys that was there. They were like, and nothing against Holly, but that's a lot to carry because she's like, I'm just a regular woman. I didn't ask for all of that, but now she comes with, with that cape hanging out of the vagina, right? Which is an expectation. Nothing's going to ever be greater than what's in the mind, right?
Yeah.
That's elusive, but they sell this to you every day, and it ain't real. right?
Yeah.
It's real to a certain level of perception, but then you grow from that. But you trying to tell somebody or someone younger than you that what they're seeing is not real, they're probably not going to buy it. Like, we didn't buy that, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's like Inception telling somebody that's you're really dreaming right now. They're like, yeah, but I like this dream. Do you know that the you've seen the movie Coming to America, right?
Yeah.
That's all. That ain't nothing but the astral plane. Look
Mm.
at it. He's in an imaginary kingdom called Zamunda, right?
Yeah.
Then he has to find his queen. You know, he has somebody right there. Whatever you like, he had a woman that was going to be his girl. She was raised up to do everything he wanted, but
Mm.
he had an ethical dilemma. He was like, damn man, but do I really want a motherfucker to just really into just what I want? Remember the discussion, the philosophical discussion he's having with Simi. Remember who Simi is? Simi represents Simi was in an etheric plane, but he also represents the physical plane. He was caught in between both worlds because he like a little smut too, right?
Yeah.
But remember, Prince Hakeem remember, he said, I'm going to go find my queen. And so remember they spin the globe and landed in Queens, right?
Yeah.
And remember, that's the prodigal son too, because remember his father said, okay, you can go soar your royal oats, but then you come back in 30 days and you get married.
Mm.
So he goes out there and he's a foreigner, right? And he goes to the barbershop and he's looking for his queen. And you know, remember he's had sex with all of these beautiful women, but he was looking for his queen, and he saw her at the was it the Miss Black American pageant,
Mm-hmm.
and she was just very altruistic, virtuous, give money to the kids because the kids are our future. Remember all that shit?
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, that's her right there. That's who I gotta meet. And he was like, oh, then remember Simi was like, yeah, go up and then tell her you the king, you the prince and shit, and bop, 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 and y'all get together. He's like, nah, I don't want nobody knowing I'm the prince. I want her to like me for me, right? And he
Mm-hmm.
gets a job at McDonald's.
Mm-hmm.
But look at something. He was talking to her. Then when they finally got to go on that date. She was like, she could sense something with him. And it wasn't that he had money. She said, damn, she said, what do you do for a living? He said, I'm a goat herder. She's like, really? She said, you seem so educated. She's like, the life of a goat herder is not that, you know, exciting. So I got time to read. She was like, damn, you seem kind of like I think she used the word meek, like above anything petty,
Mm.
like royalty. And
Yeah.
that was to say that is spirit shining out through the matter, that she could still sense something in him, even though he worked at her dad's McDowell's, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so they date, and she falls out of love. She didn't want to do the arranged marriage with Mr. Soul Glow, who had money. She was gonna deal with the janitor. See that shit?
Mm-hmm.
Only to find out that this motherfucker is the Prince of Zamunda. But now she mad because she's like, you should have told me. If I told you, would you have? Probably not, right? So he ain't
Mm-hmm.
want that. You have the whole story played out right there.
Mm-hmm.
He comes to the physical world, takes on matter, and through the physical, you can still see a little bit of light of who he really is, only to return at the end back to Zamunda. Remember,
Yeah.
he was going back in 30 days to get married. He was like, the queen was like, yo, so he gonna get married now? He said, well, who am I to break tradition? He said, I thought you was the king. And then you see at the end, you see him with her,
Yeah.
right? The reason why I tell you that, and that's not far-fetched, is the person who actually did that movie was John Landis.
Mm.
John Landis is a great occultist. People use that word a lot, but no, he really is. He is the same man that did Trading Places, very occult movie, and he did Michael Jackson's Thriller. You look up John Landis and you will see the depths of it, but it's clever. Remember, I tell you how a director can take a storyline, because Eddie Murphy kind of came up with the story, but it's layered in something else. But he's meek. Remember that. I mean, he's meek, man. Ain't that how you want your girl to be? You don't want your girl with you because, even though she wants stability, but you don't want her with you because of just the things you have, right?
Yeah.
To see, you want, that's what that Coming to America is about.
Mm-hmm.
Coming to America represents materiality, a material world.
Mm-hmm.
He was in an imaginary place like Wakanda and Zamunda, and you're like, that's what it is.
Yeah.
You know? And then he descends back down, and them old men told his ass, like, hey, it ain't about nothing in your money in your pocket. If you want to get in good with a woman, you got to get in good with her daddy. And then you also seen what you've experienced, AD, right? What happened when they went on the dating scene in New York and they were showing all those different women?
I forgot this movie.
You got your homework cut out for you. But remember, she said when he got through like listening to all the women in New York, he was like, "Is it me or is all the women in New York something like disturbed or some shit like that?"
Yeah.
That's what that was the mid 80s, AD.
Yeah.
It's much where they didn't have to have no OnlyFans.
I know it's a jungle out there. You know, I DJ a strip club.
Yeah. And everybody's there to, trying to get through college, right?
Yeah, and trust me, because I feel like I'm in there like knowing so much. I know all the signs of these girls. I know like what I've been through and everything. They notice how deflective I am. Like, damn, this DJ don't even like grab my butt or like, holler at me. So the hottest ones, they try to manipulate me. I feel it.
Right.
I know.
Why?
So I'm like,
that's the challenge, right?
Yes, especially the Capricorns. The Capricorns come around me like, what's your deal? What's going on with you? And I'm like, oh, okay. She's trying to figure me out. I notice all these things in the very small detail, and it's like I'm aware of it. It doesn't make me feel any, empowered or anything. It's just me noticing it. It's just like, damn, there it is again. Damn, there it is again. And I want to go back to this. I have it on screen. I don't know if you see it. It's the woman in the red dress.
Distraction.
Boom.
Yeah.
And my work is all women in red dresses, and it's crazy. But I'm using that as like a way to like strengthen myself. Like, okay, I'm in this position to like, stay sharp. You know what I mean? I've messed up, obviously. I had my incidences and moments and everything. Luckily, I'm unscathed.
Your entanglements?
Entanglement, exactly. That's right. Shout out Jada.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've had my entanglements, but still, like, it's all a lesson. Every single time it's a lesson learned and everything. And it's interesting that was pointed out in The Matrix, because when Morpheus said, turn around, boom, there was a gun in his face. Well,
you don't see the gun in your face?
I mean, I did back when I went through those situations.
But you don't see it now, though, right?
Right now, no, because I feel like I'm free. I have the women in red dresses in my house at the moment.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So you know exactly what it looked like. But do you remember, you like The Fifth Element? Isn't Bruce Willis in The Fifth Element?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when Mitch Horowitz was on, he got a new book, right? Called The Sixth Sense?
Yeah.
What? Bruce Willis was walking around that whole fucking movie dead and didn't know it. And AD, guess what?
What?
If you watch the director's cut, M. Shyamalan shows you that they put hints of red around. It's symbolic of death. Look, so this whole time, Bruce Willis is in talking to this little boy like he's a therapist, right? He's the therapist. Coasting this little boy, and the whole time the little boy's trying to get him to realize he's dead already.
Oh, on Sixth Sense.
Yes. He don't find out he's dead until the end. But when they take you back, remember when he gets it, he plays everything back in his head. And he was telling him the whole motherfucking time, but he didn't know. He didn't realize it.
Yeah.
That's you right now in the strip club. You like, man, I'm free.
Got my guard up.
Yep.
Ain't nobody messing with my head. My money's right. I ain't spending money on these chicks. You know what I mean?
What they call that, the Hotel California and shit. Go ahead.
Yeah, definitely.
But guess what? You can't. It's going to be this way because you can't. It's not interesting unless you feel good about the deal, right?
Mhm.
You got to feel good about the deal. It's not about just, they could just be like, well, let's just fool him. Let's just like, hey, remember something? The Truman Show.
Yeah.
Truman was the only person that didn't want no attention. He didn't even know. He was just living his life.
Yeah.
Everybody else was watching that shit like it was a show to them.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't want no audience. He was just living his life.
Yeah.
And he didn't realize there was a whole world watching him. That's what it's like when you're the target. You know what I mean? Like if the universe has these principles, it's only a matter of time and space.
So you're saying be careful because I put myself in a position that makes me more susceptible.
No, that's easy. Yes, I am saying that, but it's more deeper than that because you have decided to educate yourself and be aware and be into astrology and all this shit. So you're climbing that ladder even higher, right? And so what it is it's not going to come at you like that. You must have the challenge. It's just how will it come? Well, if you already said that I'm not that you're saying you're impervious to things, but you are like, what you don't want.
Right.
So why would it come in a way that you don't want? That's easy for you.
Yeah.
So
you're saying it's inevitable and I need to be careful.
Unless you decide to not do that.
Yeah.
If a man tells me he gets hurt and he's not gonna deal with a woman, I'll be like, so are you gonna deal with men? Because that's probably, and I don't even sure you're gonna get out of that, right? But there's no way to avoid. You can't go around it.
Yeah, right? it's kind of the red pill thing that's been talked about lately, with Andrew Tate and all this stuff. We're talking about red pill and watching out for these women and stuff like that. That's kind of like the awakening that's happening now, especially with dudes realizing how how the world is now.
You said it on one of the I don't know if it was this one when you were like, yeah, men are not really, they're not really going for the okie doke like that anymore. Like it's not. But remember, she's the agent of deception. It's
of the Matrix?
Of deception. Yeah, you can call it the Matrix, deception, veils, right? She's veiled. And so that's part of her actual nature. She doesn't have to think about this. She doesn't plot. It's in her very nature. You see it with Samson and Delilah. You see it it's symbolic of something. And so she's got to do what she's got to do, and you're going to do what you're going to do. And somewhere in between that, if women right now are being told like they were saying that women can't be accountable, they don't admit, well, at some point in time that starts to change out too. That game no longer works. The con man if the con man can't keep using the same con in the same town, he has to either move and try the game somewhere else or actually just come up with a different con. So what would be the con now? Like, I'm spiritual, I'm awakening, I do yoga. Russell Simmons is a big yogi. He said, why did he go to yoga class? He was going there for women. And then he got and through that he got into yoga. Understand that he was doing a lot of cocaine. And he would go there. He had money, right?
Yeah.
And he would go to yoga class. And look at him now. Look at what he was doing. The motive was wrong, right?
Yeah.
But it ended up touching his life. And now, I don't know him, but I would think that that's a very big part of his life.
So
there's another.
So the architect was giving him a choice with two doors.
Yeah.
Would you say? I mean, because when he started walking through the door to go save Trinity, he laughed, and he said something that was like, "Love is something of foolishness."
Yes.
Oh, your love has blinded you. I forgot what it was.
Yeah, but he knows that because Neil did that shit 7 other times. He like, you gonna get mad because he had to make a choice.
Yeah.
Neil was saying he chose Trinity, but that when I say not in the order of things, it really he didn't come to do that. He actually like tried to put that on his to-do list. And so Zion suffered for that. But he said, you're gonna do the same shit you did the last time. You know, you not gonna be able to, because remember, he wasn't there to make a choice.
Mm-hmm.
The choice was already made. He
Yeah.
was just there to understand it. He tried to take and make a different choice
Mm-hmm.
by saving Trinity because he was in love. Right?
Yeah.
If you look at that like from a biblical standpoint, didn't nobody make Adam eat the apple? Adam knew exactly what the fuck it was. He knew what it was, just like Padme. Anakin knew that he wasn't supposed to get married and as no Jedi, but he was creeping. He was okay until he got caught, and the responsibility fell on him.
Mm.
Right, and so it's the same. I have thought of, because certain movies I won't say. I can tell you offline that I teach with these movies, but like The Last Temptation. Wait till when you see that, you're gonna see your life. It's there. It's not ethereal. It's like you ain't got to go out into the etheric plane or the inner plane. You are living it out now, right? You're living it out now, and it's not. It just doesn't it doesn't seem like what we were told about.
I mean, one would say you got to take the good with the bad. Like, yeah,
you're gonna do that anyway.
You put yourself through this experience, you know, and there's gonna be some moments where you have good, and there's gonna be some moments where you have bad. You just gotta choose. Okay, if you go through an adventure, you're gonna go through a wild road, and there's gonna be some good food there, and there's gonna be some crocodiles. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
But like, it just depends if one would regret the journey. You know, because one would say that, oh well, we're on this earth. We're here. Our whole purpose here is to experience hell, so that we can appreciate heaven.
Yes.
Right.
You can have heaven right here, though.
Yes.
Or
I like
you can
that.
have hell.
I like that.
But look what you just said before. Then you said that there's gonna be some good and there's gonna be some bad. Do you remember seeing the movie Pan's Labyrinth?
No, I gotta write this down.
You need to see that. Yes, you're gonna see it again. But I'll say this: when you're aware, when you're truly the first thing to do is to accept that this is not like I know it all, but like this is a game. And when you accept, you can't play the game if you don't know the rules. Right? You can't really play it. You're gonna be a victim. But when you understand these rules, not these rules, but this thing called life, as far as the good and bad. I mean, good and bad, that's a matter of perspective, right? Like, think about, there are things that you think that are bad now that you probably didn't think 20 years ago.
Yeah.
You can't really
alcohol,
get at it like that.
Smoking blunts.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Fast food.
Right.
Pizza with pork on it.
Right. So you see how that changes where the Quran, the Holy Quran calls this world very transitory, always in movement. That's another thing when you're trying to be this enlightened person, but you're trying to keep up with the fads. It's really kind of like an oxymoron, right? If you got a woman women are in general like to have nice things, and you get a 5 bedroom house, they're like, okay, when we get in a 10 bedroom, so the worldliness of the world, right? And then you also like, damn, I'm trying to seek enlightenment, but I got to do all of these things to maintain this lifestyle too, so it can be counterproductive. How the Hindus deal with enlightenment, a lot of them. When a man will work and take care of his family, right? He'll put his kids through school, and when they're old enough and they're good and he can retire, he lives with his son or his daughter and their family, and he's allowed to seek spirituality for the rest of his life. That's beautiful, right?
Yeah.
So all of his life, he works hard to get his kids, straight. and when they're up, he retires and he can seek the spiritual world. That's kind of balanced too.
But can
But
he?
it's hard to do both.
Yeah, he can't really do that with living with a wife and doing the everyday. But
Right.
can a king still be a king with a queen?
I mean, that's
He would have to have
There- so-
certain traits. He would have certain traits to still to maintain dominion, and
Mhm.
have a queen, quote unquote, and have kids and still be the main man and still reach enlightenment. I guess that would be like one of the ultimate goals if you were to choose the path of settling down into a monogamous relationship, is to maintain your core as the alpha, strong within yourself, not being too softened up by the female. Do you know what I mean? And still maintain your king and being the kingdom. You would just have to have those.
How the Egyptians dealt with that?
Oh,
Okay. So there is a concept called the Hermetic marriage. Have you ever heard of that?
vaguely.
So the Hermetic marriage is like the Rosicrucians and the alchemists call it the chemical wedding. And what it is it's when sun and moon come together to become one, or man and woman become one. And what that is basically practically is two people come together and they go through the struggle of life. But the ultimate gain is to become one. In two beings in separate bodies, but they're striving to become one. You'll see it sometime when people that have been married for many, many years and one of them die, and shortly after the other one dies.
Yeah.
That's a weak way of putting it. But the Hermetic marriage was the concept that you could reach enlightenment where the male and female it's almost like the yin and the yang.
Yeah.
It would come together. That's a goal. Like, so when people, you had said something like, people get married so quick. People have weddings. They wed, right? But the marriage, to really be married, that's a lifetime of work.
Yeah.
Because that is the oneness. Love is two separate things longing for unity. So the real thing in the relationship is to unify, to become one. That means some of the residue of you and the other person has to be given up for the betterment of the whole. So that when I see you with your woman, when I see her, I see you, and when I see you, I see her. That's when you know you're achieving what is called the Hermetic marriage,
Which is very difficult nowadays.
is what it's always been very difficult. It is it is the eternal battle between light and dark, spirit and matter.
Yeah.
They're like on Sith and not Jedi, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It is because they seem to be contrary. They have to learn to work together. But when you have the male and female both being corrupt in this world and taking off kind of like not like a position like what a man's supposed to do, what a woman's supposed to do, but the oneness is such a war, right? To be one. Have you ever read Edgar Tolle's The Power of Now? Or heard of that? It's a great book. These things like that kind of prepares individuals through the act of being present for stuff like that with the Hermetic marriage. That's like that's a big, how we keep saying this repeating of these certain concepts. The Hermetic marriage is that, remember, two or more separate things longing for unity to be fused together as one. That means like being on team, they say hashtag relationship goals, to be oneness, to be one. People try to do it with God. They say they're married to God, or they call it in the church the brides of Christ. These are women like nuns almost, who have dedicated their life to the Christ figure, right? To be one with Christ, like that's their husband, right? That's what Solomon was. Saul is son, Solomon, son of man.
Soul.
And
Solomon, yeah.
soul, right. And those concubines were only the planets rotating around that, right?
Yeah, because the sun is male and the moon is female.
The moon is female. So they tell you that the sun and moon, I said that what the Hermetic marriage was. When you see it talked about in alchemy, you won't see it as, it's not labeled under man and woman. It's sun and moon. Manley actually has a book called The Hermetic Marriage. It's very good. He starts out talking about fairy tales, how fairy tales tell you Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, or he has a chapter called Romancing the Stone. Think about that, romancing the stone. A stone is very hard. So you're looking at matter. How can you romance a stone? He's saying that through the proper adjustments, the stone can be like smoothened out. You romance it. Or chivalry, that's Sufik. The whole concept of the knights and chivalry, that's actually under the Sufi traditions. But it's really something, it's not about being romantic to women. It is actually, it's of a higher order than that.
Right.
But Western man takes it and kind of like laying out your jacket so she can walk over a puddle and shit.
Yeah,
but remember,
chivalry.
she's corrupt.
Right.
She's corrupt. So you're trying to appease something that has been, put not in order, right?
100%.
When she's talking to you, yeah, that's a dope. That symbol with the moon and star, that's the Hermetic marriage. It's coming together as one. You can go to the church or to the Justice of Peace and get married any day. You can have that wedding. That's just a ritual. It take a lifetime for you to have that marriage.
Yeah.
Right. If you come to that,
go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, if that was the concept, and we understood that what the goal was, like, so like to become one. That's a long journey, man.
Yeah, I'm more interested in studying the concept. Applying it to real life is just too crazy to consider right now. But I find the concept of it very interesting because you see the Masonic thing with the sun, moon, and then it shows the third eye. That's the triangle. That's the divine trinity.
Yes.
That's the Holy Trinity.
Yes.
Now, as the 5%ers talk about the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding.
Yes.
So that's the left brain, right brain, and the third eye.
Yes, that's correct. At 100%. One of the things that a 5%er will tell you that is out of that left brain and right brain, the best part of it is that understanding, right?
Of course.
Like those two things are great within themselves, but when they marry together, they produce an understanding, right?
Yeah.
And that's a crystal clear picture drawn to the mind. That's one definition of what the understanding is. And that's the Trinity. When you see a triangle and I heard a minister build on this one time. So you see the triangle and you see the two lines verging towards one. At the base of that triangle is God, right? So those two people are coming together under God, right? Trying to verge to that point, which is oneness.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you say conceptually, 80, you actually doing it right, because it should just be like you're only interested in the concept right now. Hopefully you don't make too many errors to where you're just thrown into that great the great chemistry laboratory of life where you're like, wow, we're here now, and now you're struggling through that wedding.
I'm so deep into it, bro, that if I really want to push a girl away, I start getting deep. I start exposing this stuff. You know what I mean? And it scares a lot of girls away. If I really want to push a girl away, like I'm not interested, like don't even try with me, I'll just get deep. I'll just get deep, and it'll be enough for most girls to be like, whoa. You know what I mean? So real life, I'm not worried about that yet.
I don't know who you met. Maybe they just got maybe they got ADHD now, but
there's a bunch of strippers, man.
Of 30 years ago,
yeah,
they'll wait you out. We call them God groupies. They'll wait you out. You'll be like, you with it? They'll with it too, because a woman is a helpmeet. The feminine principle is to take that male principle, but the male principles have a goal, and she's there to complement. And that just sounds cliche. what that means is she's like a resource. She's like, oh, so you're into this? I'm going to find all of this stuff on this thing that you're into to help you achieve your goal. In that process of you trying to achieve the goal, her helping you with that goal, guess what's being produced?
Yeah.
The
I've
marriage.
heard. Yeah.
That's the nature of it. No matter, that's conceptually what it is. But who's doing that now? We all have this rugged individualism, right?
Yeah.
And that this rugged individualism is it keeps us isolated. I think that's done on purpose by a wise group of people that keep us, like you'll see narcissism at a high level, and it's not that it didn't always exist, but it's on steroids now, because what does it do? Narcissism is rugged. It's rugged individualism, and as long as if you're constantly dealing with yourself, like not the self, but yourself, your ego, you're never going to unify. Right? Unity is another word for unity is one.
Yeah.
Is one.
Which can happen within you.
It would be great if you started that with it. You can achieve the hermetic marriage within yourself, but that's a tall order. So the universe is so great that it gives you something, it gives you ritual. It gives you ritual. So like if you can assimilate, right? Like playing a game, right? Or playing, learning how to shoot by playing, Call of Duty, I guess, or whatever, right? You can get kind of the gist of it. You can get acquainted with the concept through that. It doesn't really matter as long as you are participating in it. There's if life is a game, I said this on an album before, on my friend's album. I said, life is the game. There are no spectators. Even the spectator sitting on the bench is also a part of the game. It won't be no spectating. You must play with everything you have. You're going to participate one way or another. Even to declare that like right now, that's a stage for you. It's not a station. You're like, yeah, I'm not ready for that now. But I would think that's going to be a pretty tall ladder when you do get to the point where you're ready to deal with the other half, because that's the wholeness of it all.
Yeah, I'm just the more I study all this stuff, I'm just seeing what God's design is. I see God as like the grand architect.
He is.
So I'm just so I'm so like trying to figure like the astrology stuff. Once I figured out the astrology, I'm like, okay, I see God's pattern. I see how it works in the season in the northern hemisphere. I see how it works with tropical astrology. I get that there's Vedic and stuff like that, but seeing the patterns itself has been awakening to be like, okay, there's a lot going on here. So there's another thing up here showing the Holy Grail.
Yeah.
Sun on one side, moon on the other side, and the Holy Grail can be considered what the enlightenment you get from the third eye. And
yes, that's correct.
If I didn't have so many out of body experiences and so much astral projection, I don't want to call it astral projection. It was more like lucid dreaming, because I didn't do it on purpose. It just happened when I went back to sleep, and it would be so real that I would tell myself, I need to remember this. I got to remember this because this is so incredible, especially the flying stuff. If I didn't have those experiences, I probably wouldn't be so enveloped into this knowledge. But seeing the other side, seeing the other astral realms personally has me so interested into learning this stuff. And the material world isn't so, a big deal to me anymore. Do you know what I'm saying?
Wow, that's some of the prophets went through that. Muhammad went through. It's called the Nice Journey. Also, I think it was Ezekiel also that had these, it's called OBEs, out of body experiences, right? That and you start to realize who's to say what is real, right? What did you ever see Harry Potter? I think it was the seventh one, where he is actually fighting Voldemort, right? And he and Voldemort strikes him down, and it appears that he's dead. And he's kind of like in a dream world, and he sees Dumbledore. He gets on like a train. Remember the train again?
Yeah.
Tell you about that train. and he's on there talking to Dumbledore, and he asked Dumbledore. He said, "Is this real or is it all in my head?" And Dumbledore looked at him like, "Dumbass, do you think just because it's in your head is somehow less real? It's all in your head."
Yeah.
Yeah, that's occult.
And that's what goes back to us living in a simulation.
Yes.
And a lot of the
that's the demiurge.
Yeah, a lot of Instagrams I follow talk about manifestation and how you can bring your reality to life by doing certain things, and it's all controlled by your central nervous system, and how your central nervous system can like send out waves, and you can project out stuff. So that's what I'm interested in, is the frequencies. Like ultimately, I know we've gone a long time here, and I kind of want to get to some like conclusions here. Ultimately, from what I've learned from so many things, it just seems like the ultimate goal is to raise our frequency to the highest possible to get to whatever next level is in our fate.
I agree. Yes, I agree. Remember, when you're flying in a plane, I not any of the times that I've seen flying, I've never seen any radio waves, you know, but yet, you know, we broadcast radio waves, and it's able to go from one place to another through an antenna, attenuated to whatever station we are dialed into, and no one has ever seen that.
Yeah. We are all transistors.
Right. So then who is this when we say real, that's really what do we mean by that, right? Like what's real? And so I agree with you on that. But there is man has a right to evolve, but nature has safety nets in place so that he doesn't like become so imbalanced that he threatens the whole. And those things, what it'll do is when you start growing a lot, 80, then that female is going to show back up and they won't show up in the way that you've practiced. You train your assassin, they say. So when they hear you broadcasting on here about what you like and what you don't like, and they gonna get interested in cats, so they'd be a good stepmom for Mojito, whatever. Just know that you have to have the challenge, and it's not this. I don't want to make it so personal, like it's bad.
Yeah,
it's just you must have the obstacle. It's a part of nature to have.
It's part of nature. Yeah, they say right before you level up, the devil appears.
Yes. And the devil is so great that it has you to believe that it appeared when it's been there the entire time. Just waiting, just coasting you along. Remember, the witch getting Bugs Bunny all nice and fat up for the cooking.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing.
I'm aware I'm still DJing the Devil's Den every week. Technically.
Is that the Devil's Den? I like even the way we look at that, right? Is improper because I mean there was and we'll deal with it another time, but like I just wouldn't view it that way. These are human beings, right?
Yeah.
Doing these things that remember, it's things are perverted. It is the right thing in the wrong place. It's just an adjustment.
That's just a great way to put it.
Right?
Yeah, I like that.
Right. That's what it is. Manley said that how can there be evil in a world, and if God is just, how can there be evil? Right?
Yeah.
He said all evil is the right thing in the wrong place, meaning man takes natural things and he perverts it. That's that imbalance again. He's always done this. And guess what he does? He's blamed the devil on it when it was him.
Yeah.
He said the devil is the most misused creature in the world. Because man does most of that shit, right? Perverting it, taking out of its proper boundaries for his own agendas. That's Loki. That's Thor.
Yeah.
The Chinese believed, I'll tell you this, and I guess we'll wrap it up, but the Chinese believed that if you wanted to rule China or to take over, you must first, they want to see if you can take whatever your rules and whatever you believe, they wanted you to try it out on your family first.
Oh, wow.
If you can get your mama and your wife and your kids to advocate for what you say you're about, then maybe you got a chance of running China. Because that's why they say a prophet is never honored in his own land. Like, nobody sees you like that who know you. You be like, yeah, he wasn't really like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so it's the same thing. Like that's the magic trick too. Like, it's really like it's not like that. Like, it's not. It's all flashing lights, and even to say that it makes it still so satirical. It's like, yeah, but the architects of oppression, they keep the game going. They have to exaggerate these moments and make you feel like you're like, man, you got to get this, or if you don't get that, or it's implied. And if you can't be sold to, something or someone that you love can be, and if you won't bow down yourself, then you might yield to someone you love. You be like, I ain't really with it, but I understand how you are. It's
Yeah.
got you. That's how they get you.
Well, one of the biggest things I learned from watching superhero movies and The Matrix is that the ability to disconnect emotion in the face of danger. So a lot of these superheroes will take on their enemies, and they don't get emotional about it. They act very stoic. So then that's when I started learning about stoicism and Marcus Aurelius and stuff like that. And that's one of those real world applications I've been able to apply, is that when things go down, I'm really good in a crisis. I won't give you the stories and examples, but whenever a crisis goes down or something crazy is happening, whether it be an earthquake or if there's an emergency, I'm very solid, and I'm able to stay solid and stay logical. You know what I mean? When people panic,
Wow. Yes.
I'm very straight, and I kind of learned that not just from all the things that have happened, but just from like the stoicism from when I see these characters, and the Matrix characters, they have a lot of that. They stay rigid. They don't show happiness. They don't show sadness. They don't really show.
Who would you say in the Matrix is like that?
Morpheus.
Morpheus is like that.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you this. Stoicism is good, and I see a lot of people that prescribe to that, right? But I'm gonna tell you where you should look. Even the rigidness is not the balance. I will tell you to study the samurai.
Ooh.
Do you know why?
Why?
The Code of Bushido. So the samurai, if you listen to the Liquid Swords album and you listen to the interpolations, that's from a Lone Pine Wolf, I believe. He's giving you pieces of the Code of Bushido. What it was, the samurai was, and Manly has a book on that called The Bright Virtues, where I learned about the samurai. He was saying that the samurai was so in tune with his code, right? That he said that they was fearless. That you want to talk about gangster, they were the most gangster. But it wasn't, they had friendships, but at any time those friendships would have to be put to the side if it interfered with their duty. They had someone that they worked for, they called them a feudal prince. That's why when you listen to Liquid Swords, he says that my father had the emperor. Yeah, he said that everyone was scared of the emperor, but my emperor was scared of my father, right?
Wow.
He said one night he sent these ninjas to come kill him. And then remember, he wasn't home, so he killed his wife. And remember when the father came home and found his wife dead, and then he said his son was alive. He says, choose the ball or choose the sword. Because he was getting ready to go slaughter everybody. He was like, look, as much as I love you, you can't go on this route, and you have to choose, because this is not a place for kids. And he put the ball and the sword down, and his son went towards the sword. And then you see Low Pine Wolf in he got him like a little wooden carriage, and they're going out to kill with the swords. But it's the Code of Bushido. And Manly was building on us, and this is what he said. He said that you want to talk about balance and that stoicism. He said that the samurai was almost impervious to anything you could do to him. He had no worries. Like, he was also very wise, but he could be riding in the battle, stop, and see that near a house where a woman is about to have a child, take off his armor and go in the house and deliver a baby with the most kindness and loving for the mother and the child, and make sure that they were good,
Mm-hmm.
and then put their armor back on, get back on the horse and ride into battle. They had universal supreme coordination. He wasn't rigid. He could do all of these things because he answered to something greater than that. It was that code. And that code looks like faith. Some people get caught up in the something greater than himself. His life meant nothing above the code. That's why in like Japanese culture, death before dishonor and all of this stuff, that shit means something,
Yeah.
right? And when you get into that, he said they were fearless, right? It's the Code of Bushido. But when you read the Code of Bushido, you won't really extract it the way Manley is explaining it to you. The Bodhidharma, who actually is the one that started Zen, they call him the grumpy monk. These samurais, and they were like Zen Buddhist monks, right? And he said that you could kill them, but you could not break him.
Mm.
You could kill him, but you could not break him because he answered to something greater, and that he just had total coordination. And he said that I think I built on Sumi art on one time when I was talking, but the samurai, that thing that you're trying to find with the superhero, the best balance of it you will find it with the samurai, because the samurai is not this tough guy.
Mm-hmm.
He is so a lot of times you see it under Buddhism. That is the most, they have so much control of their emotions. Uh you don't want to be so non-emotional. That's not the balance either.
Yeah.
It's whatever is necessary for that moment, not too much,
Got
you
you.
know, and if you can find that balance, you have it. And it's not the samurai didn't have to think about that. At any moment he could lose his life. That's why Zen Buddhism was uh such a great belief system for him. Think about it. Right now, at this moment, you are alive, but
Yeah.
in the next moment, you could be in the thralls of a battle to where you could die.
But
Right?
that's just amazing that all the great philosophies and knowledge is actually in the Eastern.
Right. Well, right. But remember, what we call East is a matter of direction, right?
Yeah.
Right. So it's always doing that. The materialist, if you ever see the Masonic symbol for consistory, you'll see it. It's a bird that's sitting on a sword, and right up on, and there's two birds. They're sitting on a sword, and in the middle at the bottom is like 32 degrees.
I got it on screen.
Yeah, that's consistory. What that represents is speculative and operative, right? Now, people say speculative and operative masonry, but you can look at that as the material and the spiritual world. The East is the spiritual, and the West is the material. But in
Wow.
truth,
We're living in the wrong part of the world.
you have it all. Remember, oneness, right? Everything is divorced. So in order for it to be, there's a separation going on where it appears to be that way, right? But as the poles have shifted to where we have it, we're gaining it here now too. We have appreciation. Look at how when you go to Europe and to Asia, they love breakdancing and hip hop more than we do.
They do.
See the changing.
They love Western culture. They love American culture.
Right. But you remember all those years ago, everybody was getting the tattoos of like Chinese or Japanese.
Yeah, they still do.
Yeah, but see, it's exploited, right? But in truth, this is what was always going to happen. Remember that the discovery of the atom, the Hindus had already known about that. It already was there, but they just didn't use it in the way that the Western man used it. The West was going to be about materialism. And that's just, and so you'll see that in everything you have Doctor Strange and the Ancient One. Doctor Strange was a doctor, very physical, very this and that. And the Ancient One she wasn't that, she was the opposite, but she was the balance of the spiritual and the material. That's the real science.
And
it's
she
not
had
one or the other.
a lot of Eastern philosophy in her world too, right? Right when you go into the in Kamaraj or everything, it's very Oriental in there and stuff, and they're having tea with honey.
Right. Yeah, tea with honey, and it's not a you know, Steve Jobs, when he was trying to come up with Apple, before he got there, you know, he went on a trip. Did you know that about the trip he went on? He went to Europe.
Oh, wait, I heard this before.
He went to the East.
Yeah, no, I did hear about this.
He smoked he had some mushrooms, and he built, and when he came back, he hallucinated, as they said, and when he got back, he had the idea for Apple.
Wow.
You see? So you hear these stories like that, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's just the Western man. He's a child with this, right? He will take these things until he gets better with it and try and, you know, and pervert it first. It's understandable.
Yeah.
Right. But he looks at the East. He looks at the East like it's, you know, it's primitive. It's just that the Egyptians didn't have a need to push the materialism. They were going, their journey was more so inward. You know what I mean?
So Egypt,
that's what that was about.
Is kind of in the center. If you lay out a map, you got the Western world and you've got Egypt in the middle. Isn't that kind of like the third eye of the world, so to speak?
Yes. Egypt, but conceptually speaking, they would have you believe conceptually, right, that that's in a place. But what about humanity as a whole? Man has been here a very long time.
Yeah.
But the trick is they divorce it, right? You're actually reconciling things that appear to be opposite in nature. You're saying the East and Egypt and the concepts, but we're dealing with a lot of these things now, maybe not at its fullest, you know, understanding, but where this wasn't something that existed in the West. The West is pretty, at least America is new. And we trivialize shit, like even science. When people you say science is, who's to say what is proof?
Yeah.
It's an agreement. And we know now that even those who are scientists, they usually have funding from corporations. They can't just say what the hell they want to say. They can. No, it's going to be your career.
We can do a whole conversation about mainstream science and what I disagree with and stuff like that, and studies.
Yeah, but people think that, well, science is not. I have a shirt that says that science doesn't care about what you believe.
Yeah,
but it's not really. It is. There's a belief in science too. It's an agreed what's proof or not. Manly said man is still searching for his first fact. And what he means by that is, if you look at what man, so-called modern man says is true, notice how he always keeps going back and adjusting that fact. Like, you know, we thought it was this, but it's sort of like this. He's constantly adjusting. He's still searching for his first fact. Yeah. Right. And that's just, but we're here to do that, right? We're here. You're in it. Everything you started out talking about, you will always see this divorce. You'll see science and theology. You'll see man and woman. These things, the rule is it has to become unified. When you have the unity of it, you will see the complete picture of it. Yeah. But then at that point in time, you probably can't be controlled as much. So it's always a sort of effort to keep people like we do Democrat and Republicans, right? Whichever that one could be or whatever, it appears to be like it's only two sides to that shit, right? And they're diametrically opposed. But in truth, reality, we know, like, there are there's people that so-called have some conservative views and some that's what they call progressive. They call it the left and the right, correct? Right.
But then there's hardcore right that act like Siths and hardcore left that act like Siths.
Right. And what do they call magic? Magic is, the black magician is the left-hand path. And the white magician is the right-hand path. It always, this is just the thing they use.
That's Baphomet, right?
Yes. Well, Baphomet is a play on the word Muhammad. This is what the Catholic
Oh.
Church used
Man, you going
to
in.
scare. I'm just saying they use that. If you look at Baphomet, if you look up a book called Transcendental Magic by Eliphas Levi, he has a picture of the what you would call Baphomet is also called the goat of Mendes. And he's androgynous.
Yeah.
And that's that. So the Catholic Church, the Knights Templars was actually dealing with a lot of the Muslims and the alchemy and all of that, and they was like, hell no. So to keep people from touching any of that, they spooked them out with the goat and made the goat the satanic thing. That's why they saw a scapegoat.
Yeah.
It's not real.
It's also because goat is Capricorn, and Capricorn is ruled by Saturn, and Saturn is Satan and all that stuff too. So
yeah. But we all know that Saturn is just restriction. I guess people do think that's the devil when you want to do anything you want to do and something is restricting that, you feel imprisoned.
Yeah, it's the opposer.
Yeah, the opposer.
If you're on a basketball team, the other team is Satan.
Right. So if God is one, and then he began to create everything outside of that oneness, once we had two, we've always had opposition, right? Once we had the physical world, that was the world of opposition. Anything, right? You can't have a duel by yourself.
Yeah.
Right. So then after the duel comes reconciliation. One must reconcile. Opposites attract, right?
Yeah.
And then we all verge back to the one. That's what happens.
Yeah.
Like that's what's going to happen anyway. It dissolves itself back into the one. That's alchemy. Alchemy takes base metal and makes gold. And then the waste from that, the dross from that is still waste, right? What's really waste? God doesn't make junk. Everything has a purpose and a reason. It's recycled, whether it's raw materials, things that make it to our table or
like manure.
Yeah. Yeah, everything, right? Literally.
That's where you get magic mushrooms. Look at the greatness of magic mushrooms and where it comes from.
So what really isn't what everything is everything. It's just perspective.
Lauryn Hill.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. But remember what she said in there? She said that people lie to God. What makes you think they won't lie to you? Like that's real, right? They hail you, then they nail you. Remember that hell again, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get Priest to do a song called The Crucifixion of Lauryn Hill. I'm trying to see if he'll do it.
I don't know about that title, but I like the concept.
You like the concept? You don't think Lauryn Hill was crucified?
It's just a sensitive way of wording it for those who don't know. I'm always thinking marketing. I'm always thinking of the algorithm, YouTube.
How would Jesus? What would the crucifixion look like now? We know that he had trumped up charges put on him. I know Priest would love the crucifixion of Michael Jackson.
Right? That's up to Priest. I can't speak for a Priest.
No, me and him have talked about because he loved Michael Jackson so much.
Yeah.
But it's actually you could use a bunch of different artists to the crucifixion of Prince. Right? These are all. Then you got to question what is the crucifixion. Public Enemy said, Chuck D said, crucifixion ain't no fiction, right?
Yeah.
These are real things that happen, but, in a couple of weeks, months, whoever's been listening to this podcast, the woman is going to make her way to you, AD, and it will be the crucifixion of AD.
We'll see. I don't know. I'm learning a lot. I got a lot of knowledge, though. I think it's interesting, though, that the Wu-Tang was pulling from what you were talking about with the samurai and the Shaolin. Because the Wu-Tang speaks so much knowledge. And it's just funny how you spoke to me and you were like, you want to talk about ultimate not the stoicism, but ultimate balance. And you brought up the samurai and it's so perfectly themed for it to go back to Wu-Tang and the Eastern philosophies and the Shaolin. I just think that's just poetic.
The RZA balled it all the way in, and you know, one of the great movies that they pulled from was Shaolin versus Wu-Tang. You ever seen that one?
No, but I do.
Shaolin versus Wu-Tang. So Shaolin are the gangsters. They would be like the street guys, right? Let me see. No, pardon me. Wu-Tang is the street guys. Shaolin are the monks. So, right?
Yeah.
Like so there's two fractions, and there's someone in the middle that wants to know both styles. So he actually manipulates the situation to see if to keep them warring with each other while he learns and he wants to master both sides, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the monks are very aesthetic. Like you got to go up in the temple to get that, right?
Yeah.
And then the Wu-Tang is a sword style, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you got the sword style, then you got the actual, like the master killer or whatever. His name is Santi. Santi is the actual spinal cord, if anybody was to look that up. Sante, how he makes it up to the 33
chambers.
Vertebrae in the spinal cord. Yep. And he goes up to the 36th chamber, but there is no 36th chamber. There's only 35. You know what the 36th chamber is?
What's that?
Freedom. He was like, when you leave out of these chambers and you take it, basically he said there is no 36 chambers. There's only 35. And so the 36th chamber was just him going to out into the world and taking the teachings there, right?
Yeah.
But Shaolin versus Wu-Tang is nothing but religion and science coming together. Remember, they're divorced. The Wu-Tang is on the street, and which is and in the monks are in the temple, like the churchgoers, you know. And so Jesus is the one that's like, I'm a holy man, but I'm out here with these criminals. Get it?
Yeah.
That's what the RZA, when he was sitting there, he was pulling from that idea. And that's what he was bringing it together. He said, how can I take this and bring it to the world? And they branded it just right. And it was meant to be. That's why it's so successful. It's not, it's stuff that's under it. Now the fans don't know the layers of it.
Yeah.
So you wonder, like, damn, how did this really, you become such fanatics about the Wu-Tang, but it is founded in some very ancient spiritual rules that existed way before RZA was even a thought in the mind of his father. It was just that he was the interpreter of it and was able to configure it, right?
Yeah.
And it still exists to this day. That symbol is very, 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 very powerful. Yeah, I mean, think about it. We're riding off of, look at how all of these talented guys, like the Killah Priests of the world, came through this one symbol. Like it opened the door. Like maybe if they had came out in the 80s, it would not have been what it is now, right? Because it's like the branding and it may have looked different. And then these entities, these people wouldn't have been able to have their moments and develop and become what it is now. Like it's forever. It forever changed the landscape.
I love it, man. And I want to learn all of it. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm so enthralled into it. Like I think it's amazing. And
You are learning.
You've dropped so many jewels, man. It's ridiculous. There's a mountain of jewels in this whole episode. Now I got my notes here real quick. I'm just writing down these movies. Shaolin versus Wu-Tang. I'm gonna watch that.
Yeah, and Master Killer.
Okay, and Master Killer. Pan's Labyrinth.
Yes.
What's the Jim Carrey movie?
Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
I'm gonna watch that one first.
Yeah, you're gonna really love it.
That actually might be a little date movie. I can have a girl come over with a Netflix and chill for that one.
Yeah. Don't explain it to her.
I know, I won't say nothing. I only get deep for the ones I don't want to stick around.
There you go.
Let's see. Okay. And then what other movies did I miss? I think that was. I wanted to ask you, did you see Mortal Kombat? Because the
old one?
The one that came out in 2021.
I did not.
Okay, so Scorpion went through that exact thing that you talked about, to where he left his family to go handle some business.
Mhm.
And when he came back, you know, the wife and kid were dead. So it was an exact story that you had mentioned of the samurai. And then
Yes.
when you watch the movie, that's the beginning of Scorpion. So good.
Really?
Yeah, so I'm gonna
I
give
need
you.
to see that then.
Yeah, so you gave me a bunch of movies to watch, but I just want you to watch the 2021 Mortal Kombat. You're gonna. It's a
I
good
will
movie
do
too.
that. I will do that. I will watch it this weekend.
Oh man, because it was exactly what you had told me, and then I'm sure they took that story from the samurai.
Remember the objective of why this is happening. This concept that you're trying to learn is repeated, and it's the same thing given in different ways, so that humanity has the opportunity to, like, it's like God and the devil. The devil says, "Hey, you can I put it out there. Now, whatever they choose to see it or not, that's on them. But I did offer the opportunity."
Man,
Right. And so that's what you have. One of the same movies is remember with Tom Hanks, The Road to Perdition?
Road to Perdition.
Yeah, that's the gangster version of everything you just said with Tom Hanks is a gangster who works for Paul Newman, and Paul Newman you know what it is? It's John Wick. Remember how John Wick starts? The guy, the boss has a son that's a dick, and he goes and he wants something for Keanu Reeves, and he can't get the dog or the car or whatever, or the car. And then so he comes to the house to kill him. And that's the same thing with Road to Perdition.
Wow.
You should see that too. And it's a son, so it's like the movie where choose the ball or choose the sword. One of the sons, Tom Hanks' sons dies with his mother because the guy kills him, and the one who's the cause of it, why this trouble started, is walking home with his bike, and he sees that his mom and his brother was killed, and he's like hysterical. The killer's gone, and then Tom Hanks comes home and he's crying, and he was like, "Stop the crying." He said, "This is no longer your home. We're on the run now, because now he's gonna go kill everybody."
And it's the same story that we see where it's
Yes.
the movie's about revenge.
It's revenge, yes, and yeah. Hopefully, we come up with a better word than revenge, but yep, absolutely.
I mean, you have a whole group called the Avengers.
The Avengers, but Thanos was right. So was Magneto. Magneto was right.
Thanos was talking about balance too.
Absolutely, but we can't remember what I said about in the movies. The trick is they will always put the truth in the dialogue of the villain.
Oh, you're
always
right,
pay
man.
attention to the villain. What he said, it be the truth.
Knowledge Born talks about that a lot, because Knowledge Born, he's a Gemini. You know, he's kind of two sides too, but he's always showing credit to the villain. In many cases, he likes the villain. And I think you're right, because that's where a lot of the knowledge is coming out of.
Well, then he learned a lot from when I taught him back when he was just Kurt.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man, that's awesome. Bro, it's an honor to have you on with all this knowledge.
It was an honor to be on, 80. Anytime. You can get my number from Priest. You can hit me up anytime you want to bill.
I mean, I feel like it's great just to have it on the podcast. You know what I mean? It's great content.
Well, so Priest will tell you this. What I just did was like the outer courtyard. After you see some of that, I'm kind of restricted in what I can say openly like that.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, like, because here's the point. I don't like to exploit things. Like, I'll know that you know by how you formulate your question to me. So it's like me and you've been having this conversation, but I could give certain knowledge out of season bears no fruit to people. And so it can't be, certain things can't be disseminated, no matter. You might think this is the information age, but it is also the disinformation age.
Yeah.
It can be so extreme that there's a certain thing I could say that it could seem so extra that a person will never seek it because they already think it's bullshit.
Yeah, that's why I don't talk about flat Earth anymore.
Right. I told Priest, I said, flat Earth. If the Earth is flat, she's just got a BBL now. You know. So no, but get that, because I'm telling you, when you see it, I could be on another time and you ask me about something, and I might veer off and not give it to you because it was for you. What the Oracle has is for you and you alone, AD.
I like that, man. Hey, tell the world your name again.
My name is Hakhem Universal Life. All right.
Yo, thank you so much, man. This is great. I feel like we could go on and on and on, but for the sake of the audience and the broadcast, I think we've done a lot there.
We did.
Man, almost 5 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not expect to come on. I do this. Priest know I just got home and I'm always texting him when I listen to the podcast. And so I wasn't expected to get on. I actually was in the middle of something, but I never mind helping Priest.
Man.
All right.
Definitely really appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for the knowledge. I'm going to have to listen back to it. I'm going to check out those movies.
Definitely.
Shout out to everybody who left comments and who watched all this all the way through. Check out that Mortal Kombat movie from 2021.
I absolutely am. I'm going to do it this weekend.
Nice. You're going to love it. We're going to do the song promotion segment. I'm going to do a little quick break because I got to use the restroom.
All right, AD.
And yes, sir. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Peace.
Peace.
All right, man. That was great. I'm going to do a little applause right there. All right, I'm going to go ahead and play a video while I take a break. Y'all enjoy, and we'll be back for the song promotion segment. Yeah. Alpha Omega greatness.
Carry the weight of remorse and confusion at equal measure. As I return to my throne with my foot on the black stone with Hebrew letters. Silence swallows my courts. The justice becomes stiff as a corpse. As the weight of my words sit in their thoughts. Priests of infinite force. Their faces etched with questions. Then shook like an etch-a-sketch. Out the text, how did he resurrect? I'm out of the second death, the house of Melchizedek. Not dying, just held my breath. Start climbing from hell steps. The gravity of the situation begin to settle. They said horrified, he's in the skin of the devil. An eerie suspense, each discovery echoed. Chambers of whispered fears and fractured stories of my missing years. Now I'm back on glory. The enigmatic writing with the tip of a lightning is frightening. In my textbook that death put with hearses, writing fork green verses and red hooks. Inside of my bed-style bars, it's all shots. I found skills in Brownsville, wall to wall with ops. More things to jot, more things to watch. For the task push to Flatbush, a ring around the block. All the hood flicks and Bushwick. It's like I wrote with a bullet. From my memoirs gun, triggers, ideas pulled it. The results unschooled the reality. Sun Tzu's mentality, this kung fu that balanced me. With T makes me the Alpha Omega MC. Greatness. I died laughing, attended my own funeral, left wine glasses, shedding tears of joy like weddings. In the atmosphere near destroyed. My index on Jesus' death, till I get my point across. Took the stride of torrents, trying to wipe the anointing off. Lamps with no oil, y'all vessels for the devil. Throw shade, roll over in your grave, I got the shovel. My face in the tarot. Read your palm, see the storm, escape from the ghetto. Where the air thick as a pair of griffins. Above the stained glass window sitting. Angels clash in my writtens. There's blood, paint, and ashes in my scriptures. Back off, this ain't what you asked for, it's forbidden. You don't need a passport, all you need is a thought, it's cemented. Dimensions, you're going in and coming out every sentence. Peace to Kai Zodiac, Star Map Ascension. Priesthood recordings. Standing ovation, the whole nation. I can see Julius Caesar applauding. The search now through purple clouds. Shout out to Thurston Howe. Polo shirts through power. Ourselves roar across. Ralph Lauren, behold a pale horse. Young men that fell court. Some sell, some snort. Some nail to the cross, while others make bail. That's jail in New York. In every city, state, and every coast. Though there's plenty ways to never choke. Never choke.
Yeah, man, that was crazy. How did y'all like that? Hold on. Man, that was a lot, yo. I made some notes. I had to take all that in. How'd you guys like that? This was unexpected. I thought we were just gonna have a quick show because it was raining and, you know, where's my focus there? Focus? You know, Priest is over at his crib because the rain was coming in hard, yo. Hold on, I feel like I'm out of focus. There we go. That's better. There we go. Yo, how'd you guys like that, man? Dope build, right? Like, I did my best not to interrupt, but I got a little excited. So sorry if I interrupted him every now and then. I had to jump in. But I was like holding myself back in so many points because I wanted to jump in and ask questions, really. But man, that was great. I'm probably gonna go back and clip up the certain highlights and repost them, just because there was so much knowledgeable stuff in there. I want to break it apart into different videos and stuff. So anyway, I'm gonna save those notes. Gonna check out those movies. Yeah, the whole history of Wu-Tang and everything, and the origin and all that. I got there's so many karate movies I got to go back and watch too. You know what I'm saying? A lot of you guys have already seen it. I know Knowledge Born has seen a lot of them too, so I need to go back and check them out. Anyway, that's what's up. Thanks for y'all. If you've made it this far, that's amazing.
Amazing.
Let's go ahead and do the song promotion segment.
Song promotions. You send in your music, we play it live on the show for Killah Priest and the world to hear.
All right. Let's go. I think we got a couple submissions. We're just going to go through these real quick. And for those who submitted, don't worry, Priest is going to hear your tracks. Sometimes people are worried that if they submit a track and Priest isn't here, that he's not going to hear it. He is going to hear everything. I think he's watching right now, matter of fact. Okay, so we had one submitted today, November 20th. Let's see, 1 and 2. And we've got another one here. Okay, so we got 2 tracks we're going to go through. This first one is by Tim Heaven from Salinas. Song is called Vibe. And it was mixed and mastered by me. All right. I think I remember this one. Let me set this up. Oh, it's on Spotify. Oh, nice. Actually, I canceled my Spotify account, so we're gonna get commercials, and it might not even let me play the whole thing. So let me look it up on YouTube. Yeah, I'm using Tidal because it works with Serato, the DJ software I use. Even though now they use Spotify, I'm still on Tidal. Okay, here we go.
Let's try this again here.
Oh yeah, I remember this.
Yeah. They ain't ready for the VIB ego. We just levitating on a new frequency go. They didn't name like a curse, like a melody go. I should go, 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 go. Heavenly, yeah, that's the one. Now the whole dang city singing back the song, yeah. That's the one. Now the whole world singing back the song. Starting the DMs, now it's in the algorithm. Much as small, I did it to my new religion. They was on the fence, now they all are true believers. Text a hook back to me, now that off the phone receivers. It's that, not just a track, it's a whole new language. Got the club and sync, no one even has to plan it. See the hands go up, yeah, that's the phantom force. Started with a whisper, now it's running off the course, yeah. They ain't ready for the VIB go. We just levitating on a new frequency go. Say my name like a curse, like a melody go. Watch it go, 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 go. Heavenly, yeah, that's the one. Now the whole damn city singing back the song, yeah. That's the one. Now the whole damn world singing back the song. It's a viral moment caught in slow motion. Got the brand new dance and the TikTok motion. It's that late night drive, got the soul for crying. It's that play it back, it's the reason why I'm flying. No more stressing out, I done found the equation. It's a perfect groove for a whole generation. See the ripple effect from my little section. They play the snippet back just to catch the inflection, yeah. And it's crazy how it circles the globe. From my bedroom to the satellite, just a feeling that you already know. Put your lighters up and wave them side to side. They ain't ready for the VIBE go. We just levitate on new frequency go. Say my name like a curse, like the melody go. Watch it go, 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 go heavily, yeah. That's the one. The whole city singing back the song, yeah. That's the one. Now the whole dang world singing back the song. Heavenly.
All right. Shout out to Tim Heaven. I remember that track. I definitely did mix and master that because I know my style as far as how I make the drops happen with the vocal levels. I know that sounds crazy, but that was cool. Now, first of all, I gotta give credit to the I didn't mix the beat. The beat was already done. I kind of just mastered the whole thing. Also, the idea of having the reverb and delay was already done by Tim Heaven. So that was your submission. So I want to make sure that credit is done to you because people might be like, "AD, why did you put so much reverb on it?" That was the choice of Tim Heaven. Nothing wrong with that. Sounds cool. But I just want to make sure that's clear. So yeah, that was a cool track. Obviously, good mix and master because I did it. But everything else was all right. You kind of recorded it an interesting way because it almost sounds like you recorded it all in one take. You know what I mean? Because if I recall correctly, it was just one stem for your vocals. And that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. It sounds cool that you can do it like that. It's not necessarily, but it still came out cool. It still came out cool for what it was as far as doing all one take. It sounds like it was one take. You might have punched in, I'm sure. But it almost had like a freestyle type of flow. It sounded like a freestyle, Nothing wrong with that. So yeah, cool track. Personally, I probably would have done a little bit less reverb, but that's just my style. It's not bad or anything the way you did it. That's mostly a matter of preference. So that's what you preferred, and it still sounded cool that way too. You know what I mean? So that's that for that. But that was a cool track, man. Cool submission. Shout out to Tim Heaven. I enjoyed working on that. For those at home, if you want to submit your track, it's called Studio AD. Do mixing and mastering. First track is free. After that, it's only $100 per song for a mix and master. If you already have a mix done and you just want me to master it, it's only $50. So those are pretty competitive prices. You're not going to find a better option. And the first track is free. And I do that because I'm pretty sure you're going to like it, the way I work on it and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's what's up. Shout out to Tim Heaven. Great track. Let's move on. Next up, we've got an artist named G Smooth from Grand Rapids. The song is called Barbarian Samurai Katana Wars. Here we go. That's dope. Fire. Really good beat. I like that snare. I like the mix. I like the mixing, the the samples that you use. That's a fire beat. And I like the trumpets, the boom. Really hot track. That track is ready. That'd be cool to hear Priest on. But I can hear a lot of other artists on it too. That's a very good beat. I got nothing critical against that at all. Fire. Great job, G Smooth. Yeah. What you guys think? A lot of good reviews in the chat. Straight fire, man. Nothing else to say. Grand Rapids. And it's funny, it's called Barbarian Samurai Katana Wars. Like we were literally just talking about samurais. You know, that's perfect. So appropriate for today's show. Today was a great show, man. It's cool that we did it with a new moon in Scorpio. Technically, now it's Sagittarius, but it's a new moon right now. It's like a powerful day. It's deep. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, very intense, very good energy, a lot of depth going on. So, yeah, shout out to G Smooth. Great track. And let me double check to see if there's any other submissions. That was so cool, man. Good show today. Checking for any other submissions. Let me hit refresh. I think that's it. Nope. We got one submission here from Aurora Borealis in the palace. Let's go.
False God, false God. False God, they chasing after false God. False God, false God. False God, you chasing after false God. False God, false God. False God, you chasing after false God. False God, false God. False God, you chasing after false God.
Yo, nobody chasing after God. People chasing after art. Memoirs, fancy cars, credit cards, bras, fraud, corn in the car. Kuna Matata, college frat alma maters, pseudo Kabbalahs, Kumar Ozuwas. If I wanna be rich, I gotta have my hands multifaceted, calculated in many things. The octopus, anything, straight from get rich quick schemes. Cause Kennedy, the sheep of Wall Street, gotta get a bite to eat in the street from Philadelphia to NYC. Now I see, you see the soul is the money, that is the main goal. Aspiration, inspiration, dedication, inhalation. I spit the 60 to say the basic. Benedict the 16, conservation, angular momentum, space station, imagination, annihilation, constellation, energy, mass, linear, physical, constant, systematical, grammatical, mathematical situation. False gods, false gods, false god, they chase it after false god, false god, false god. False God, you chasing after false God. False God, false God, false God, you chasing after false God. False God, false God, false God, you chasing after false God.
Yo, I like the choir that's in the back. There's a low choir. I like that, man. That is cool. I kind of wish that was a little higher. But that was still a cool track. Lots of improvement from Aurora Borealis. You got a new cover going on. Yeah. Not bad, bro. You're doing your thing, getting better. I like that you're very consistent with your theme. You know? That's what's up. You're just getting better and better, man. Aurora Borealis has been submitting tracks since we started doing song promotions. So, man, and years later, here we are. So good. Shout out to Aurora Borealis. He's also one of our administrators in the chat. Shout out to Red Sun. Yo, what's good, man? I remember Red Sun. Very good MC as well. Yeah, we should play the old track that we did. I'll pull that up. But yeah, shout out to everybody who submitted tracks. We're going to be doing this again very soon. So we've got no show this Monday. No show this coming Monday. Next Thursday is Thanksgiving. And I don't believe we're doing a show then either because I got to cover a shift over at my other club. So no show for the next 2 days or the next 2 episodes. So for the next week. Oh, I'm hearing something knocking. So no show for the next week. But we will be back on, what is that? No, December 1st, which is a Monday. You know what I'm saying? There was a lot for today. This episode was huge. So there's a lot to go back to. I'll play the other one. Let's see. Hold on. We have a playlist for this. Let me go to our playlist. Let's see. Let me go to our playlist. We've got a special playlist here called, let's see, song promotions. No. Here we go. Royal Priesthood Artist Collaborations. Yeah, that one's Warrior Dance. You want me to do the one with Voltage Controller, right? Yep, you're on this one too. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we're going to close out the show with that one. Okay, once again, thank you to everybody. We'll see y'all next time. Be safe out there. And watch out for those highlight clips. Know what I'm saying? All right. Peace to y'all. Do this. From the top.
Get your gandola. Voltage control.
Peace and blessings to voltage. We reconnecting, beat is begging for some deep reflection. Shit, I keep forgetting it's a feature that I'm on with Priest the Legend. Please respect them more, it's feeding rectums till you need depressants. You probably eat 11. We the best and all we need is Khaled screaming at them. Demons sending EMFs at me, but destiny deflects them. Believe I'm destined, bitches, this is fate. It's Anton the Bum. I spit that shit that make your grandmama come. I grab my gun and I'll point it at your skull. Pull the trigger, watch your brain spray on the wall. I'm a prophet like I'm Paul, so every day I walk tall. Prodigy even told us it's a spiritual war. Lord Son is the best rapper ever before, and the best to get on a track and ever record. Half lion, Proverbs records, fellas with swords, men in fedoras, and we move in silence, gentlemen lords.
I'll hit ya, I've had some better matches. Fuck you fascists, leave you in ashes while making classics. I'm the baddest, the madness got to me, grabbed the hatchet, sliced his head off, watched him fall, then I trashed it. Send a message, I bring the wreckage, it's so impressive. You adolescent, you only reap what you sow, a lesson. Leave them gasping for air, barely grasping a prayer. I'm a cold assassin, razor slashing, leave nothing to spare.
Ain't rap, but peep how I said it. It's like a cop smoking bombing fluid. Poetic, God landed. I play my cards like Gambit. Shots fired, he screamed like Michael Janet. My hood exotic, I swear to God you just a practice. Battling men like trying to bear hug a fucking cactus. We learn gymnastics on that street mattress. Marble travels, I never sold my soul for a flip, but I did doubles, red son.
Tamari is not the Americas. Yo, this is for the crazy fella who thinks the ancient pharaohs wore some battles while they taught Plato. They know what's called metal. He wants us to believe the Kemetic Netero came from Valley Halo, Rio de Janeiro. Oh no, amigo. The name America, 1507 AD, 25th of April. Kemet dates BC 2400. So no, the Netero hater was not from San Diego. No bueno, Codimero, pero basura fiego.
I go by the name of Old Am I, the coldest flow alive, leaving them polarized. How old am I? Well, my soul is bowed as old as the solar sky. Immortalized like words from Obadiah. All them older guys in Cobra Kai, cause I take notes as if Yoda was on the mic. Now I'm on the track with Killah Priest, cause my flow got reached like the ocean tide. Tiger style like the life of pi. Got me striking them over the base faster than Nolan Ryan, cause it's a shame the game ain't fortified like a quarter to 9. Doulos.
Enjoy. Yeah. I've been flying ever since I touched this plane. How I land here in the first place. First place been my first pace. Need the same as my birthplace. I'm talking capital. They spell your name in lowercase. That's why the public laugh at you. You never get the joke that's factual. Actual offense that got me convinced. Outside this damn pandemic shit, I've been going there. Watch for the jab or get jabbed. Only God can save us. You can put your fate inside a piece of paper. Mine Alpha and Omega.
A.D. Ross. Hey yo, lights, camera, action. I'm kick back and relaxing. I'm rapping for a fraction of the track for satisfaction. A dopamine reaction, passing grass among my faction. I'm broad podcasting, matter of fact, I bring the facts in. So what you waxing? I flex the best, no question. Confess to show aggression first and make a worse impression. Progressive and obsessive with the equinox procession. God, mind possessed, blessed beyond your comprehension.
Cup of tea while the gods laugh. Red wine and cigar ash. Killah Priest podcast. Built on dark mass. Above the stars and vast. Black moon, chat room. I shed rocket tears in the conscious spheres. It's not the witch, but the men with the wizard craft. The craftsmen, hello, Lucifer assassin. The topics, all options. AD said the earth was flattened like magic.